Alright, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shane, this is Shane Is Games, and tonight we are playing Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. This will be part 23 of our playthrough as we approach the end of the game, as we're playing start to finish, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying it. If you want to see any of the previous episodes, see where this whole thing all started, if you look right below, there's a link to my YouTube. You can click there, see all the past episodes of this and all my other playthroughs. But otherwise, let's get right into the game. I don't know about you folks, but out in here in my neck of the woods, the weather can't quite seem to decide whether it wants to be too hot or too cold. So it's just kind of fluctuating in between. And that is all kinds of fun, let me tell you. I noticed things were still a little bit loud last time I played, so I'm going to turn those down a little bit, except dialogue. Dialogue is always almost too quiet, really. So let's put that right there and try that out. But now we gotta see where we were at. Ooh. Actually, screw quests. I want to see what that hidden door is. That's the interesting part. It's not often you actually see a hidden door in the overworld, so that is interesting. Ooh, hidden door behind a waterfall, too. I can see a chest behind it, thanks to my detect hidden. So let's see what we got in here. Huh. Interesting. What? That's all? Frickin' junk, jewel? What? Just a bunch of skeletons at a junk jewel. Not the best way to start the stream out, ladies and gentlemen. Not really what I was hoping. Alright, so what do we want to do next? Alright, let's head back over to Mithra's den. And touch base over there. I think there's someone I have to... That might actually be the guy I have to turn in the quest to. Because if I remember correctly, I left the den through a different exit last time, so I might have just passed him. So let's head over there and see what we've got.
I have felt the energies of Mithra fade to Ashara, mortal. I am glad that this business is concluded. At least the Midden will not be in danger of corruption any more than it already is. I thank you for your part in keeping it so. As payment, take this bauble. I discovered it on a body on one of your kind. May it be useful to you in your travels.
Here's the thing I found on a corpse. Maybe you want it.
Yes.
If not, eh, whatever. I'm an elf, I'm not really that concerned. Alright, looks like in town there's another thing I can do as well. I don't think I can jump straight there. No, I don't think so. So let's go ahead and just walk. See, that is the one problem with being able to see all the treasure and the lore stones on map. Is that now, I don't really have a ton of reason to just go walking around exploring. Because I already know what's out there.
Hello once more, wanderer.
I know. This is
Have
the
you had
earring
any
guy.
luck? Go with the god. You have
Actually, I
returned.
do think I said that's an earring
Have
for
you?
him now that I
Very
think
well.
about it.
Let me pay you for your services. If you find you have time to look for more, I can always make use of your assistance. Mitharo thanks you.
Alright, so I had the wand.
gods.
That'll work.
It is over then. The headsman will bother our encampment no more. I hate this place. That it might drive a soul to think butchering us was some kind of justice, and what he did to those prisoners. But it's over now. We don't have much to offer, or rather, much to spare. But please, accept whatever reward we can give you. Many thanks, stranger. Goodbye.
Alright, that's another one turned in. So I don't see anything else on the local map. Oh, I do have to get back over there. Can I jump over in that direction? Yeah, it should just be Mel Senshir. Let's head over there and see what I have to turn in. I'm sure that's for another quest from a long time ago that I have more or less forgotten about. Yes, I should be off to this way.
Well
I always
met.
get so turned around in this game, even with a map. Like, I'll be looking at the map, and then I'll come out and look at the mini-map, and suddenly I have no idea which way I'm supposed to be facing.
A journal? Let me see. This book looks like it might belong to the man who saved my life. He speaks of a brother in a place called the Icebrine Coast. Perhaps when the war is over, I will travel there and tell this man how his brother died. Thank you, champion. This book has brought me some small measure of peace.
I remember that one. That was one of the very first quests we did when we came over here. That's pretty cool. Alright, what next? Alright, so it looks like we're going to have to go somewhere new to get to one of the other, one of the next places we need to go. Let's double check that. Or maybe you can just go right there. Is he outside or is he right there? That's the question. Well, he's outside, but he's right there.
So two are dead and Herc still lives. That is good news at the least. Though I'll need to have words with him about refusing to check in when he was supposed to. Still, I owe you much. Take this gold in gratitude. Perhaps in the coming days we can work together again.
So that was the one from the previous session who had sent out a bunch of scouts and hadn't heard from them again. So that means we've only got 2 quests left. So it looks like the next faction... What's the faction quest for? I don't remember. Oh, right. That's for the House of Sorrows. Forgot about them as a faction. So, in that case, let's follow the road south. We've got some, one of the Prismere things we have to take out is down there as well. As I say. A bit of an unusual quirk in this game I'm noticing I have to get used to is my greatsword is in my second slot. And I'm noticing whenever I start a stream, whenever I load up the game again, it automatically equips whatever's in my first slot. So I gotta remember to switch over whenever I get a chance. As soon as I get a chance, I should say. Ah, shoot, I should buy some more lockpicks before I get too far as well. Yeah, as a matter of fact, while I'm in town, I'm going to run back real quick and pick up some lockpicks, because I am right at the end of, well, I'm running low. And now that I'm got a bigger backpack, and I'm not going back to town as often, I'm starting to get a little thirsty for lockpicks. Especially, I think late in the game, too, we're seeing more locked items and harder locked items as well. That could just be perception.
Well met.
Either
Interested
way,
in a trinket or
best
a
to
gem?
be prepared. So let's see who's going to sell me some.
Realty's mark
Not
has
this
what
guy.
you need. Another time then.
Across the way, hopefully?
Welcome to the... Looking to restock. Ilindol Draft.
Maybe. Sweet lockpicks. And I'll just buy all of them, because money is no object. I'll buy all their repair kits as well, because again, money, no object. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I was trying to think if I want to pick up anything else while I'm here, but I doubt it.
And that's what you need. Come back again.
And I've got... Oh, no, I'm almost, shoot. And my inventory is almost full again, so let's real quick stop and break some stuff down as well. May as well do it at the start before we're in the thick of things. That's how I prefer to do it anyway. That way you get lots of nice big blocks of uninterrupted fighting and questing. That's what I'm here for. I don't know about you folks. Alright, so yeah, the Archmage Helm, I don't think I'm going to want it. But it's something to keep in mind. Wow, alright, that's really strong. But I lose a little bit of health. But it blocks so much damage. I think I'm going to keep the Stout Kite Shield for right now. Alright, let's break some stuff down. So how's everybody's week going so far? Everybody have a good week? Let me know in chat. Alright, and I'm going to keep those two just for right now. I'm not really sure what I want to do with them. I'm not 100% sure I want to get rid of them just yet, so until I make up my mind, may as well. I'll head up to the shop real quick and see if there's anything I need to sell.
I've got plenty of supplies if you've got plenty of...
And let's see, I might. So I've got Feyblades, a staff. What is that? I forget what that's called. Oh, I've got 2 bows. So let's sell this one. Get some money off of that. Hand wraps of seasons. Do I need that? No, I do not. Let's sell that one as well. A whole bunch of these. Don't know how many of these I actually need to keep around. The Prescient Band, I don't think I'm going to need that in this playthrough. So let me just get rid of that one. That'll be nice if I was playing a mage, that'd be spectacular, but that Jade Band, I don't use range, so I'll get rid of that. Heartstone, wow, alright, that might be interesting. Ellen's Ring, I've got better than that, don't I? Well, it's a ring, the other ones aren't, so I'll keep that around for a little bit. I'll keep that around for a little bit. Yeah, that one I don't really care about so much. The damage at night thing always just feels too limiting to me. Because you're rolling the dice if it's actually going to be all that useful. And I don't feel like doing that. So I'll sell a couple of my minor potions as well. Just because I moved on to greater and master level potions. So they're not really all that useful. And then after that, let's scroll all the way to the bottom. See if we got any junk items I can get rid of. I'll keep that for right now. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta figure out what the heck those are, see if I can get rid of them, but I'm assuming I can. I feel like I probably can. But for right now, I think that's a good amount of inventory made. So once again, let's get back to what we were doing, shall we? Let's go do some quests. Kill some Tuatha and some demons. Alright, so yes, taking the road to the south. This big road right here.
To have in the Winterfell.
And that should take us straight where we need to go. Did I loot these guys? I'll get some gold from him at the very least. It's kind of an odd decision they made in this game. I know it's not all that unusual, but one of the things they did in here is that as you get more health, your health bar doesn't actually get bigger. It just represents a larger portion. And I thought that was kind of odd. Again, certainly isn't the only game to do that. Lots of games do that, but I kind of like games where they expand it a little bit, so it looks bigger on your UI. That way you get an indication of the fact that your health is growing over the game. And for a warrior class like me that wants a lot of health, it can be good to see concretely, yes, you're doing what you need to be doing. Things are going in the direction you want them to be going. Now, I understand there's a good counter-argument against that in that it's taking up more UI space. It might be blocking off visual elements, and that's not something you're always going to want. So there are two sides to the issue.
Stranger.
Make no mistake.
The hero of Melsenshire? I did not expect to find you in this damned swamp. We couldn't have picked a worse time to travel in the drowned forest.
What do you mean?
It's all these damn Mergen. We've arrived just in time for their spawning season.
Ugh.
They're filling the swamp and tearing my men to pieces. I don't know how many Banshin are out there. I venture it's more than one. If you could lend us a hand and destroy any Banshin you find, I'd be forever grateful.
Yeah, the fish with boobs. I will kill any fish with boobs I come across.
Thank you. They seem to be coming from several nests to the west. Find the Banshin and destroy them. Be wary, they're always guarded by more Mergen. The Banshin to the west need to... They're spawning so many Mergen. The swamp's overrun. The spawn of Banshin. You'll find them in dark, miserable places like this. Those tridents they carry pierce steel like it was paper. Disgusting creatures. I never dreamt I'd end up in one of their swamps. There's something about the water in this swamp. Every year, Banshin and Mergen come swarming back, and every year, hordes of new Mergen pour out. Ooh, I shudder just thinking about it.
You and me both, buddy.
I joined the Alpha army right before we took back Melsenshire. A glorious battle. My captain fell during the siege, before Baelor fell. Afterwards, I was promoted and put in charge of securing the road through the drowned forest. Tread cautiously.
Alright. There's a healer over here. I'm going to have to keep track of that. And yeah, I'm heading west anyway, so let's keep going that way. Be able to hit pretty much all the quests we're looking at right now. That's always nice. Just get a lay of the land. Alright, so it looks like the quest I'm actually tracking is up over here. So let's do this one first. Since we're in the area. I see what he means about Mergain being everywhere though. Luckily those guys are usually not an issue to deal with, especially without a Banshin behind them. Please note, I understand how the name is pronounced, but do not, I repeat, do not ban Shane. Shane is named, and Shane is not appreciated for that. This is a follow-up, as always. It comes in that big old delay, too, just to throw you off. Alright, fine. Let's do this the easy way. Oh, come on, he is way over there. Oh, yeah. Did he get killed with a ricochet? That's kind of funny. Alright, so it says there's a secret door over here. Looks like it goes where I'm heading to, so that's interesting. I might just be going the back way though, and that can be counterproductive, especially if there's a cliff that marks sort of a one-way area. But we'll see. No harm in checking it out, I suppose. I do like that sort of superhero thing he does when he powers out of the web, if you notice it. Just sort of does the Superman breaking his chains move. Looks nice. Alright, that had some good crafting materials in it. I see more spiders up ahead. I don't think these guys can poison. I think that's the little green spiders. But still, no harm in being all cautious. And that's all of them. Good. Still not a huge fan of the poison systeming in this game. You really should have better options for dealing with it. Not just as certain characters on certain builds. Just in general, I feel like.
You are Bizerane's cat's paw, then? I knew he had let a mortal into the house's ranks. But this is who he sends to do his dirty work. Fie on him. You may return me to the cycle, but if you ever see your master, tell him this. He will never get his hands on the sorrows. All of us, will stop him.
Okay, I guess we're not going to discuss anything. That's unfortunate. Kind of hoping to hear what his grievances were. He's got plenty of health, doesn't he? Knock his armor down a bit there. Alright, so now he's got lowered armor and he's stunned for a second, so this should do some serious damage. But of course now the spiders are stepping into the game. That's just going to confuse things. Oh, I'm so close! I'm so close! Yes, alright. That's one problem dealt with. As the spiders continue to spawn. That's not good. Let's put on Relentless Assault. Lay into these guys. Use the wonderful power of my war cry. I'm probably getting the name wrong. I always do. Whatever it is that gives me extra combo power. Lets me take out each spider a little faster than the last. And I do like that. And luckily I just stocked up on lockpicks. So now we get a hard lock. Oh, wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be, and despite it being the thing he was literally standing right next to, nothing actually interesting in there. Nothing all that interesting on his person either. Oh well. Let's go ahead back out then. And we'll head the other way this time so I can search for treasure. It is nice being able to see it on my map now. That way I can just sort of jump straight to... Oh, Jesus. Right in my face. Always right in my face. I keep thinking of maybe I'm done with spiders, but I suppose the terrible land of the bad guys, it's corruption and darkness everywhere, is probably making sense if there's spiders popping everywhere, since they're the symbols of the gross and the evil, for the Western world at least. Also, they are gross and evil, so there's that. Yeah, see, I was saying I was wondering if it was just my imagination that there's more hard locks at this point in the game, and there we come across two right in succession, so I don't know. Not like it's a bad decision to be putting harder locks at this point in the game, because if you'd spec'd for lockpicking, you'd want your skills to be coming in handy at this point. And that's a good way of rewarding you. making your skills more relevant by ratcheting up the difficulty a little bit in a way that your skills will counteract. And sprites, of course. This must have spawned real quietly. I thought I could beat him. Got cocky, got hit. That's gonna happen. Whew, there's a lot of baddies in here. I recognize that guy and I want to be ready for him. Bog Thresh, that was it. This guy can be a huge pain if you let him get distance on you and let him start unleashing his ranged attacks. He's very good at ranging you out if you aren't careful. Very good. But luckily, with that relentless assault, I can just kind of ignore whatever he throws at me. And that just leaves the Boggart Plague Bearers. And I should be able to take them out with a minimum of trouble. I had more health than I thought they would, but still, not exactly a difficulty. Right there. You can kind of tell, I don't know how clear it comes out in the stream, but you can kind of tell if you're on the wrong spot, but an adjacent spot when you're picking locks. If the slider, I don't know what that's actually called, the little slide moves slower than you would expect, especially in the last half. If it moves a little slower, that means you're probably on the right track, but it's not actually, wow, he exploded on my shield. You're on the right track, but it's not quite the spot you need to be in. Or sometimes it just breaks, that happens too. Alright, nothing interesting in there. Man, definitely glad that I picked up all those lockpicks. I would be in bad shape otherwise. So it looks like there's this little wing off to the side. I don't have a concrete reason to go down there, but I'm going to check it out looking for treasure. Which there is some. Locked, of course. There we go. Grab all that. And see what they've got in store for here. Some boggarts. I can do boggarts. Ooh, no. Oh, shoot. Yep. Just as I was talking about how you can't let him get you at range. Alright, I got relentless assault now. So nothing matters. Look at that health steal. I might end this battle at full health at this rate. Give me your health. Not bad, not bad. Ooh, you got unique daggers, I think those were. Very nice. And it looks like all there is a shrine. Well, that's not a bad thing. I'll take it. And that'll leave us buffed for a little bit as we head out of here. See what our next destination is. Might just want to turn in this quest, I'm not sure. Oh, more boggarts. Yeah, they're not a problem at this point. Very nice. Alright, so there's the secret door we came in through. That's really weird. I guess because it is tagged as a secret door, the game is okay with you whichever way you want to go in through this place. And that's good with me. Alright, so yeah, I gotta turn that in up in the Elven camp. But before that, let's head over west a little bit and continue knocking out the quests over here. May as well save ourselves some time while we're in the area. So we don't have to just run all the way back here. I'm always a fan of that, as you probably know. Wow, There's lots of enemies in this area. I see sprites and boggarts. Pretty tough boggarts, too. I mean, you know, after a fashion. Oops. Well, there's one of the banishing. Let's take it out first. So you can summon more Mergain. That could be a problem. Could be, but won't be. Whew, alright. Not bad at all. The only thing really threatening about them is they've got some decent health on them. So I gotta be a little careful for that. Nothing there. Oh, they have the same thing? Or did I just target the wrong one? Ah, there we go. And
The High King Mathon ruled the bleak, silent fields of Wintertide. He kept the season as it should be. The blizzards howling, the skies filled with snow in the gloom of a long night. He purified the land under a white blanket and allowed death to end the slow decay of autumn. The woods paid homage in leaves. The waters paused at his arrival. The world revered him in a barren stillness.
alright. Oops, almost missed this little treasure right here. Nothing too great, but I'll take it. Looks like there was another treasure over here as well. Hidden treasure, there we go. Interesting. Curious of the Fey Hunter. Let's check that out. Ah, it's got stealth, but that's not really what I'm looking for. I'll probably sell that next time we get to town. And I'm going to save here too. We'll make that our first save of the evening. Oops, and now it looks like we need to clean out our save folder again. So there is a hard cap on how many saves you can keep, but that is okay. Because a lot of these saves are so incredibly old. There's no way I'm ever going to be going back to them for any reasonable reason. I think I've explained on stream before, but I'll do it again in case you're new here. The reason I kept all these rolling saves is because I was warned by someone before that they played this game and ended up getting stuck at a game-breaking bug after playing for a considerably long time. And that scared the crap out of me because I think last year had that happen to me with Neverwinter Nights, which I will likely at one point tempt fate by playing on the stream. See if I can get over the hill and maybe beat that, put that in the W column for me. I'd really like that because it is a really good game. But regardless, what I was saying was I didn't want that to happen to me, so I wanted to keep some rolling saves, so if anything did happen, I might potentially be able to go back to an old save and see if maybe I could clear whatever flag there was that was stuck, get whatever was cached unstuck, something along those lines. But so far, I haven't needed to, which is really good. I mean, obviously, it's a good thing when there isn't game-breaking bugs that completely prevent you from making any progress. But I'm happy that I haven't seen any in this game for all the complaints that I have heard. And here's another side quest. Let's check in on that one.
Have you perchance met an Almain around here named Deod Dungaris? The damned fool got himself dragged off by Morgan.
He might be dead, but what you doing here?
I am on an important mission for Templar Julius Maven. He has sent me to recover an artifact from Bunlock, this hulking castle here. Things haven't gone entirely to plan. I got stuck in Melsenshire for what seemed like an eternity, and now Morgan have run off with my porter. Would you help me out for a bit? I'll pay you for your time.
What is this artifact?
I'm afraid I don't know the exact details. Only that it is small and easy to carry.
How convenient. Tell me more about this Bonlat guy that you don't really seem too concerned that he got dragged off.
It must have been built by fools, constructed right in the middle of a Murgan breeding ground. Didn't take long for the Murgan to move in and make a feast of the original owners.
Ah. Well, I'll help you out.
Great. First, please retrieve my pack from those Murgan. Deod was carrying it when he was captured, and it contains the key to the castle. I'll meet you at the entrance to Bunloch once you've retrieved it. Deod was carrying it when the Murgan grabbed him. They dragged him off to the north.
Alright.
I'm a field researcher for the librarium in Edessa. I travel and acquire items for gnomes who know best what to do with them. No one has lived there for centuries. Not surprising since it was built in the middle of Murgan breeding grounds.
Wonder if they just thought they'd be able to exterminate the Murgan like pests, and so they didn't think it was a big deal.
I hired him as a porter from the Verthier docks. It wasn't easy finding someone to accompany me to this swamp. Of course, the instant we're in sight of the castle, Murgan ambushed us and made off with him. Nasty creatures. They exploded out of the water and snatched Deod before I could react.
Alright. So that's another side quest to do right in the immediate area. So that is nice and convenient. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, maybe not that one exactly, but where is everything? Alright, so one of the Banshin and her pack is right up to the north. So yeah, that is what we're going to want to do next. Just kicking the ass of everything along the way. Whoops. Being particularly careful about this ball. Oh, see, he's got plenty of room to play in. That's not what I want from him. If I have to fight him, it's best to do it in closed spaces. Otherwise, he can get real nasty. Whew, there we go, though. It's kind of disappointing there isn't any way to upgrade, oh, not disappointing per se, but I wish there was a way to upgrade the duration for Relentless Assault. But I guess that kind of would have been crazy busted, wouldn't it? Now I'm going in when it isn't off cooldown, so I've got to just be a little careful. Pretty please. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, now I got it. Let's see if I can stun the bench. There we go. Still, doing plenty enough damage. And then just to finish off Murgan. Seems like they didn't decide in the voice acting which it was going to be. I've heard characters call it both ways, which is a little unfortunate. That's a simple thing to fix in the process of recording the voice. Just come up with a concrete pronunciation and make sure all the voice actors have access to it. It's nitpicking, I know it is, but especially in a fantasy game, you're often going to have questions about correct pronunciations. I know I do anyway. So it's nice when just hearing a character speak gives you a very concrete answer as to which way you want to go. Alright, so one of the Prismere Chantries is right there. I thought they'd all be inside dungeons again. Oh, I just see it surrounded by Tuatha.
The child of dust is here for death. Grant their pitiful wish. Tirnoch watches over you and blesses you with her unyielding rage. No longer shall we tolerate the mortals and their vile presence in our world.
Yeah, that's gonna work out good for you. Especially since this guy can't even figure out what the correct way to face is. Alright. Get that battle fury going. Start getting the combo moving. Hopefully we can do some damage before Relentless Assault wears off. Cool. Alright, come on, camera. Don't fail me now. Nice.
The undying mortal from the well has returned.
Can't keep me down.
Your mere existence is an abomination against all things. How can you not see this?
Abomination? How so?
A child of dust who lives after death. A creature separated from your fate. A being with neither purpose nor reason. You were a mistake. A new way mortals found to pervert the world. Soon you shall be cleansed from my lands.
Yeah, I bet. Good luck with that. I'm gonna break your crystal thing. Yep, busted. So if you don't remember way back when we first saw one of these, what they are is scrying devices. They're ways they can spy on the allied troops directly, like a crystal ball or the mirror from Snow White, and thus get perfect information. So obviously we don't want to keep those around. A little dangerous for the soldiers. But that's one down, and there's two I'll take out later as I continue through these lands. Let me just get this lore stone first.
There are rumblings in the Court of Winter. There are Fae who are preaching beyond a world of rot. They fly in the face of sorrows, the cycles. They do not honor our tradition, but they are wrong. There is no winter without death. There is no growth without decay.
A little morbid, but not wrong.
Excellent. You found my pack, and the key to Bonlock. It's still here. Good. Now we just need to find that artifact. A shame about poor Deod. He was a steadfast worker, and I never heard a complaint out of him. Oh well, these things happen. I'll meet you inside, and we'll begin our search for the artifact.
She just doesn't care about poor Deod.
I'm heading to Bonlock with the key to unlock the door. Meet me inside and we'll search for the artifact together.
Alright, let's check this place out. Big spooky castle full of Mergen? Sounds fun. Saw my stream on Player, figured that you'd stop in. Hey Ford! Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoy it. How are you doing this evening?
The artifact will be in the library, near the back of the castle. You lead, I'll follow.
What are we doing again?
We need to find the artifact. It should be in the library, at the rear of the castle.
Alright, library it is. Although I'm not sure how much a good a library book's gonna do after all the water damage, if you haven't noticed. Kinda looks like this place is in bad shape. Not to mention, I don't know if Mergain are eating it or anything. Always a possibility. I don't know what Mergain do in their spare time. Mansion Priestess, that sounds fun. Doesn't look like she got real health in the normal mansion though, so quick work, quick work. I think that's all of it. So she's a ranged spellcaster. Those are always that nice to have around since I'm the tanky close-up DPS guy. Oh, you're doing fantastic. Good to hear. I am doing good as well. Well rested, comfortable, having a lot of fun with this game too. This is Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, which was a proof of concept for a MMO that never came to fruition. But it's a third-person action-based RPG. Storyline-wise and world-wise, it'll remind you a lot of Elder Scrolls, but combat-wise, actually bears a bit of a resemblance to God of War, with a lot of timing and combo-based combat. It's actually pretty nice. I'm not all that great at it, nor am I great at most video games, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've been streaming it for quite some time because I'm trying to stream it all the way from start to finish, and that, as it turns out, is a very large task, much larger than I anticipated, but regardless, I'm enjoying the whole experience. Having fun streaming it, having fun playing it. It's a good time. Right now, I'm getting kind of near the end of the game, though. I don't think I'm going to finish it tonight or anything, but getting near the big bads, or in their territory anyway. And right now, we're just clearing out monsters, because they are everywhere. Oh, you can see those nasty pods that she shoots out, which spawn more Mergain. So I gotta take her out first, otherwise she'll just keep spawning them endlessly. Almost. There we go. Alright, any loot? No. Where do we want to go from here? Ooh, I see a hidden door up to the north. Let's check that out first. Always in the market for more goodies. That's for sure. See some enemies too. Is it just a Mergain, or is there a raid champ here too? Yeah, just a Mergain, it looks like. I'll take them. That's all that matters. It's hard to find games that are just fun to play. Or at least so many AAA titles that people just buy because it's the new hot. That is very true. That's one of the reasons I always warn people not to, or at least to be very, very careful about pre-ordering a game. Because when you pre-order, you're basically paying money for hype. Maybe the game will be good, maybe it won't be good, but, you know, why not just wait until the game comes out until you can be sure? You know, maybe I'm just paranoid. I call it being safe. You know, I think everybody knows people that are early adopters, those type of people that'll buy a game on launch day. And if you know those people, well, you can ask them, hey, is this game any good? And then you can base your buying decision off that. There's review sites too. Of course, it's hard to find really trustworthy review sites out there these days, but you can kind of get an aggregate of them to get some idea of how the game's going to play, and that can give you an idea of whether it's going to be something that's to your taste or not. But yeah, there's a lot of games that there's not a lot of innovation. Let's put it that way. A lot of cut and paste games out there today. So when you see a game that's at least trying something a little new, like with the combat system, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and I'm going to seek it out. I'm going to give them my financial support, and to let people know about them if it's really that worthwhile. And this isn't a perfect game. I don't want to oversell it. It's got its flaws. But I'm having a lot of fun with it. I think I'm something like 70 hours in at this point. And if I can say at this point that I don't regret those 70 hours, I think they've done something very right. Last game we pre-ordered was Overwatch. Played it during beta, not so much at launch, balancing his way off. Oh, Duke Nukem Forever, my condolences. That one, at least you're not alone in getting burned on Duke Nukem Forever. I wasn't one of the ones that bought into that one, but I know a lot of people that did. So many people just saying, well, you know, it's Duke Nukem. How bad can it be, right? Oh, the irony. As it turns out, never ask that question if you aren't prepared to get a worst-case scenario answer. And that game really was a worst-case scenario for that. So yeah, I think I'm done with pre-ordering for right now. Although I'll confess, I'm kind of considering buying on launch day Dishonored 2. Because the original Dishonored was one of my absolute favorite games of the last 5 years. Huge, huge game. So fun, so smooth. One of those games that I ended up staying up super late just to play through. Because the systems all really clicked. Of course you don't regret those 70 hours. How could you with such an awesome combat system? Hey Drav, welcome to the stream. How are you doing this evening? Drav here is another big fan of Kingdoms of Amalur. I believe that's how we found the stream, and he's been helping me through some of the tricky parts here. And of course he's been a big booster of it. I think he mentioned he's played it a few times. And that is good too, just seeing people that really enjoyed it to that extent, because, you know, there are people out there that will play through a game just because they have it, or just because they started it and said, well, you know, I already spent the time playing this game, may as well see it all the way through to the end. But to go back and play a game, especially this big, a second time or a third time, that really says something about the quality of the game. It could say something about the person as well, but in a lot of cases, what it's saying is this is a game that has a lot of value to provide. It's one of the reasons on Steam that I like when people give a review, that it shows how many hours they've played when they give that review. You know, if you can see someone that's really sunk a lot of hours in the game, it's often a good sign that they have some idea what they're talking about. Oh, you know, of course, it's sometimes the opposite, especially for things like MMOs or games that get content added to it frequently. In that case, you've got to worry about the person giving the review just being really bitter. At you know, maybe they got burned out on it, or maybe the most recent patch was something that really irritated them. So you have to take that into consideration as well. But still, you know, I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know. Whenever you're reading these reviews, you got to take a lot into account to really know what you're doing. Having a lot of fun with Paladins, Battle Right, and Osiris New Dawn. I haven't heard of Osiris. What can you tell me about that one? I try to keep up with the gaming news, so I know about Paladins and I know a little bit about Battle Right, but Osiris, that name doesn't even click with me at all. Alright, looks like here is the book we're looking for. Let's have a look. Ancient Artifact. A small ornate box locked by a strange mechanism.
That's it? Not very impressive, is it? I wonder what's inside. Doesn't look like we'll be able to get it open, but my employer might. Here is your reward, as promised. If you'll excuse me, I don't want to linger here.
Don't blame you. Ark in space. See, that could be interesting. How much have you played it, Ford? You just trying it out, or have you really gotten into it yet? You know what I love most about fantasy games, though, is all the magical items and all the commoners just like looking at you like it's nothing at all. Oh, your hands are on fire. Yeah, I wish more people would greet me instead of saying hello by saying, holy shit, your hands are on fire, because that's what I'd be saying. I would definitely be all about the holy shit, your hands are on fire. I don't think I'm that alarmish, but still, I see somebody whose hands are on fire, I'm a little upset. Certainly you don't see any of the commoners running around with gauntlets of fire at all times. And I think at one point on the stream we were talking about the logistics. Where do I store the gauntlets when I go to sleep? Do I have like a big stone box to keep from burning my own house down? But yeah, sci-fi version of Ark, that actually sounds very tempting. I like science fiction as a backdrop for games, very much so. I don't think I've really played any sci-fi games on the stream yet, but I do like it. Early access, very limited in scope. Starship Trooper vibe. Oh my god, I love Starship Trooper so much. I don't know that I could even count how many times I've seen that movie. I probably wouldn't want to because it would be a little embarrassing. But that movie does own real heart. If you haven't seen Starship Troopers, watch it, understand its tongue-in-cheek. You're going to have a great time. Do they have a... You know, I don't want to keep questioning if you don't know all the details, but off the top of your head, do you know like what their timeline is? Because I know some games that I've seen on early access, they say, well, we plan to be here for a couple of years. And I usually don't like to check out early access games, because I worry that I'll play the early access game, and then I'll get all the way through all of the content, and then they'll say, oh, we added more, but you have to start a new save. I don't want to do it again. Let me just wait till all the content's there, and then I'll play through. Event Horizon 2. Oh my god, I love that movie. I'm actually going to be watching Event Horizon this month for Halloween, because Event Horizon is one of my favorite Halloween movies of all time. It's not the scariest movie I've ever seen, but the atmosphere is great, the acting is great. One of my favorite horror movie moments is in that movie. You've got the whole crew of this salvage ship has come onto this abandoned ship, and they're trying to find out what happened to it. They find this video of horrible, horrible, terrible things that happened on this ship. And the immediate response is the captain of the salvage ship, played by Lawrence Fishburne, just says, "We're leaving." And as soon as you see that, you think, why don't more horror movie characters do that? You see something terrible, you go, let's go. Let's get the heck out of here immediately. Let's get as far from here as we possibly can. It's so nice to see. It's a funny moment. It is a funny moment, but I wish I'd see that more often. Obviously they don't leave, because then we wouldn't have a movie. But that doesn't mean they can't have him say that, to acknowledge we shouldn't be here. This is the place we need to get out of. And he's not being alarmist at all. You know, he's just illogical. He's just a salvage guy, and he's saying, this isn't the place. This isn't the salvage I need. I can do this elsewhere. I like it a lot. Love Event Horizon. I haven't seen that in too long. One of the nice things about Starship Troopers, though, is that's one of those basic cable movies where if you flip around enough on basic cable, it's probably playing somewhere. And that's how I've seen it so many times. It's because there's always somebody on basic cable playing it. And if there is, I'll be watching it. It's surprising. A lot of the effects in that movie still hold up pretty decently. I attribute that to the fact they did a combination of CG and practical. So you get some things like the brain bugs in there. A lot of the scenes of the brain bugs were done with an actual practical creation. So it's actually a big rubber bastard right there. And the good thing about that is it still looks the same way it looks, even in HD. Whereas the CG, when you scale it up, sometimes gets a little wonky. Oh, Drev, you like Event Horizon 2? Awesome, dude. Always good to find another fan of that one. A lot of people getting to the point where it's old enough that some people haven't heard of it anymore. Let's take care of this last Banshee. Ah, got the stun. Awesome. Bonus damage. Nice. Take out the rest of these guys real quick. Nice. Oh, I thought I finished him off. That was sweet. On the backswing. It can be single player, multiplayer, pretty flexible. No, that's good. It's so smart when they think to put that framework in. Up, full inventory. I guess I've been picking up good stuff recently. I'll see if there's any garbage I can get rid of. Let's see. Alright, so right now they're just adding the overarching framework. That's good. That's good. It's good to get that out of the way. It's a little scary because you do sometimes see devs that get a little too eager with their game to add the actual content, and then they neglect the framework they need. That's of course with newbie devs that haven't made games before. Other devs usually understand that lesson. So it's good they're doing that at least. It's not the most interesting thing in the world to see, but it's good. Love space horror games. Dead Space, System Shock 2. Oh my gosh. Drev, how excited are you for the System Shock remake that they announced? If you've heard about it. If not, they kickstarted a from the ground up remake of the original System Shock, which is pretty important because System Shock doesn't really run on modern systems. I'm super excited for it. I am going to play the heck out of that thing when it comes out. What's that other game you mentioned with the W? I don't recognize the name offhand.
The Mergen numbers have already decreased. Thank you. Now we can press forward and drive the damned Tuatha back into their hole. Take this. It's not much, but I hope it helps somehow. Tread cautiously.
I will confess, though, at least half the reason I'm excited for System Shock 1 is the possibility of getting a remake of System Shock 2. Because as much as I love System Shock 2, and oh my god, I love System Shock 2, it's shown its seams in some places, like the fact that you don't really get strafing without a mod. So just a little bit of updating as far as the framework. No, Dead Space I know about. I meant the other one. Oh, you just typed woohoo right there? I wasn't sure. No, Dead Space, yeah, I played Dead Space. I played Dead Space 2. I have Dead Space 3, but I haven't played it yet. I've heard a lot of bad things about it, and I've only got it on console, so that's kind of slowed me down. Guys behind Osiris won 2 awards at PAX Best Survival Game and Best Indie MMO. Alright.
Yes.
Ah, jeez. Gotta go clear out my bag.
You have finally returned. Much has happened since you were away. The house has been sundered. Not by Tuatha, but by ourselves.
Oh, damn it, the Civil War happened.
The house has rebelled. The other members of the house have marched against the Tuatha. I'm afraid they may have attacked Bizarane. I do not think he is dead, but we must see to him. Saturnin is watching us. I can sense it. If Bizarane is left undefended...
Yeah, Drev, I hate doing that. I feel ridiculous whenever I do that. I'm like, I'm gonna buy this game, not necessarily because I want this game, because maybe if I give them my money, they'll make another game that I want. It sounds so silly, but it works sometimes.
It will be difficult for you to understand that many did not consider Bizarane the true king of our house. While many wanted to war with the Tuatha, Bizarane stayed our hands. And while our house collapsed around us, Bizarane did nothing. I will not lie. Though I see the value of your presence, many felt that bringing a mortal into our ranks crossed the line. With you, Bizarane made his final error.
Oh, geez, so I partially incited this. Not intentionally, but still. I gotta see if I can put a stop to this.
Yes. Unfortunately, the doors to the house are barred from the inside. I'm capable of shadow stepping through, but I'm afraid that you, as a mortal, must take a longer route. Go through the proving halls, but be warned, Bolgun roam those corridors now. Saturnin's already started moving to crush us. Farewell.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Ford. Glad you're enjoying it here. Ooh, let's see if these are any good. No, they are not. I could leave those there then. I was hoping I was gonna be able to slip in and sell off my goods, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So let me get to an actual town in that case and see if I can sell some stuff off. Clear out my bag before I go in there. It's a shame that BioShock kinda is dead. It was the spiritual successor. Yeah, if you don't know that story, but I'm guessing you probably do. But the story was that when they started the very early planning stages of BioShock, they actually wanted to make another System Shock. But the rights to the System Shock franchise were at the time at least in this absolute hell where they were owned by this like legal holding firm. And they were demanding this insane price for it. And so nobody could touch it. And so what they ended up doing is, well, if we can't make another System Shock, we'll just make a spiritual successor, but that wasn't what they set out to do. Ooh. Oh, but it doesn't have the extra damage, and that's kind of what I'm going for. Damn it. So yeah, they ended up doing the BioShock, and that was good. It was good, but still, you know, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, what if they had gotten to make System Shock 3? That could have been something really special. Each iteration of BioShock I felt got worse. The first one was amazing, though. I agree with you, Ford. The first one, I think, was really the high point in the series. And that's not a thing you want to be seeing. Ideally, it should be the other way around. But, yeah, no, you're correct. That, I really felt like with each game, it kind of felt like they were moving a little bit more towards the action and away from the horror. And that was really sad because the first one had such a great mix where there's areas where you'd be going through and it would be really scary and really creepy. And then there'd be areas where you're just running around shooting like mad in these huge, intense action sequences. And being able to have both, that's really cool. Alright, so I'm actually gonna switch out this, which is probably better for mages, to this, which will give me that extra damage. And we'll see how that works for a little while. That is going to cut down on my health and mana, but I think I'm alright for that for the moment. The thing with the rights is always an issue. Sony had to fight for years to strike a deal with Activision to get a new Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I heard about that too. And that was... The worst thing about System Shock is it wasn't even a studio that owned the rights to System Shock. It wasn't a game studio that said, well, maybe someday we'll make one. It was just this stupid rights holding firm saying, well, we need to auction it off to the highest bidder. Or they weren't even trying to auction it, really. They were just saying, we want to see how high a price we can get for it. And everyone that came for it, they said, well, that's not a high enough price. So it just ended up buried for the longest time. So sad. It's just good that now it appears to be resolved. It appears that we're moving forward with it. And that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Only horror game I have installed right now is Dead by Daylight. Haven't played it yet. I haven't played Dead by Daylight either, but one of my favorite streamers plays Dead by Daylight all the time. It looks like a lot of fun. A little bit of a learning curve, but very fun. I think I'll recommend that one. If you end up playing it forward, let me know if you like it. Irony is every new horror franchise does this. Dead Space did the same. Yeah, no, Dead Space, definitely. The second game, not nearly as creepy as the first game. And I heard the third game goes so far in the other direction. Just not at all creepy, just tons of shooting. Such a shame. Such a shame. Alright, what is filling up my inventory right here? I got some more minor potions, I'll sell those. Sell some of the greater potions too, since I've got I'm working on master. Then the publisher kills the franchise because they think players have lost interest. Yes, yes, it feels like such a catch-22. Oh, we killed the franchise because you stopped buying it. No, we stopped buying it because it stopped being good. Because you went too far in the wrong direction. But there's nothing you can do about it because they're already convinced. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Dead Space is buried pretty deep. Outlast 2, oh my god, I haven't tried the demo that's out right now. But yeah, what little bits I've seen of Outlast 2 looks just out of this world scary. The first one is really, really scary. I liked that one a lot. It did a lot of very simple things very well. At least there can't be more shooting in Outlast. Oh, don't jinx it. Don't give somebody the idea, well, maybe in the next Outlast, at the end of the game, maybe, you'll get a big chain gun you can defend yourself with. Or no, not the end of the game, or the halfway point, or no, a third of the way in. That's how these things start, Drav. Gotta be real careful. The publishers might be listening in right now. Yeah, there's not a lot of horror franchises that didn't kind of go downhill after a while. The one that comes to mind is... Oh, hello. The one that comes to mind is Silent Hill. I think pretty much everyone agrees that Silent Hill 2 was the pinnacle of the series. And to this day, I think it's one of the greatest horror games ever made. Not the scariest horror game ever made, but it gets inside your head in a lot of ways. And of course, it's got that problem where it is an old enough game that, again, it's showing its seams. The combat can feel a little clunky, and of course the graphics are not quite as immersive as they might have been at the time. But I still like it. I still like it a lot for a lot of reasons. I think it's got a lot going for it. And if you haven't played Silent Hill before, Silent Hill 2 is a really good place to get into the series. Currently playing the Resident... let's see, the dude behind Five Nights at Freddy's is delaying his sister game. You know, Ford, you mentioned that, but there's a good chance that that whole thing about him delaying it is just a troll. Now, the game's supposed to be out tomorrow, so remember that tomorrow when all of a sudden he releases it, and we'll see. Currently playing Resident Evil HD Remaster on PS4. Resident Evil's another... yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The horror was what I loved so much about Resident Evil 2. And then Resident Evil... or about Resident Evil, the original. And then Resident Evil 2 moved away from it a little bit. It still had some really great scares. When you got caught in an alleyway with a bunch of zombies, that was really effective. Resident Evil Nemesis had some really great scares again because they were... Yeah, this nemesis that was constantly hunting you, and there was no way to get it off of your case. I loved that. And then 4 was just action. 4 was action, action, and more action. That first zombie, yes. Ford, there's a lot of people that aren't going to understand that because they maybe didn't get into the series early on, but that first zombie, there is just no way to replicate the feeling of seeing that. But yeah, 4 is a very action-oriented. There was some body horror stuff in there, so it was kind of gross sometimes, but it really gave up the creepiness because you always felt like you were enough of a killing machine that you could kind of deal with the enemies, especially once you realized, more so in Resident Evil 5, that you weren't just supposed to be shooting the enemies, you were supposed to be jump kicking all of them. And right as soon as that happened, you kind of lost the ability to take the game seriously, as a horror game at least, because running around jump kicking enemies, not really all that scary. First zombie killed me in the remaster because I forgot how bad the controls were. Trev, oh, the wonderful world of tank controls and having to turn 180 to get behind you. Resident Evil 7, yes, I was going to talk about that for a second. Thanks for reminding me, Ford. Resident Evil 7 looks, you know, it's possible that the whole, it's possible that the demo might be a swerve and that they might go in a different direction. But I really got a good feeling that it's going to go back to the horror roots. I feel like they learned a lot of lessons. And one of the things they in fact said at the press conference is what they want to do is they want to split Resident Evil into two franchises instead of just one. And they want one franchise, the one that just has the Resident Evil name, starting with Resident Evil 7, to be the one that's more horror-oriented. And the other franchise, which I want to say is the Umbrella Chronicles line, or the Umbrella something or other line, that's going to be the one where they put in all the action and the multiplayer and the straight-up shooting. And I think that's the best way to please everybody. Because here's the thing, for all the harping I've done right now, I did enjoy RE4, I did enjoy RE5. I didn't play 6, didn't hear good things about it. But I enjoyed those two, just not in the same way I enjoyed the earlier Resident Evils. So if they want to do both, if they want to do both and keep everybody happy, if they can do that, make 2 games that satisfy both camps, awesome. You know, more power to you. I think that's such a better option than saying let's make one game that pleases everybody. Biggest issue with RE is the story's all over the freaking place. The story is so confusing at this point in Resident Evil. I feel like you'd have to take a 103 level college course to understand all the stuff with Wesker and all the different variations of the virus. But I'll tell you, back in the day, back when I was younger and I was playing the old Resident Evils, I was so hype about the story. And looking at the T virus and the G virus and the T Veronica virus and all of Wesker's past and all of Umbrella's doings all over the world, I was so into that.
Speak, you have arrived as Tyree said you would. It is good that you were able to get through the proving halls unscathed. But there are greater events at work here. The house may have breathed its last.
Syndrome? No, that name doesn't sound familiar to me. I haven't heard about that one. Is it already out, or is it something they announced?
The rebels have begun a march of folly to make war on the Tuatha. As they said, they are rallying at a fortress called the Fallen Hall. I sought to stay them. They ignored me. I sought to warn them. They paid no heed. For them, the war started when I became the King of Sorrows. And now, my reign ends. Saturnin wants this, mortal. Without leadership, the rebels will be easily picked off. And so it falls to you and Tybri to save them.
Oops, sorry, Drav. I would give you link permit if I remembered how. let me give this a shot. Let's try this. Alright, there you go. Both bots jump in. Alright, go ahead and repost that link if you could, Dravcar. Right there, that's the, YouTube trailer. Alright. I will check that out later. Thanks for letting me know.
Years ago, the House of Sorrows and the Tuatha made a pact of necessity. The House would remain free of the Tuatha, but could not interfere with their war. In addition, the Tuatha demanded we appoint a more amiable king, one who would uphold the pact. And so I was named. I became the face of our submission, and when Saturnin led the Tuatha to fight us, the House had no reason left to heed me.
Oh, don't bet on that, Drav. Nightbot has nothing to do but sit around all day and be a hard-headed asshole. Be very careful around that guy. Released on the 6th, on sale right now. Oh, alright. I'll check into that right after the stream. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I always love hearing game recommendations in here. When you play games as much a week as I do, you kind of need new things to burn through as pretty often.
Saturnin has made a miscalculation in moving to kill these rebels. Namely, he did not foresee you. We must exploit this fact. Saturnin will have to reveal himself in some form. Go south and learn all you can from him. Kill him if possible. I have instructed Tybri to assist you as best she can, but she is not as suited to this work as you, mortal. Look after her.
She's not a killing machine like I am.
They are in the Fallen Hall. Save who you can, but more importantly, we must learn what we can of Saturnin.
Yeah, that is the trick, figuring out whether a new game's good or not. There's the problem is, too, right release week and sometimes release month, there's often a lot of hype to be able to see through. And sometimes these games have a really good first couple of hours that can throw people off. Yet another reason why I wait before getting games.
He has wreaked havoc within the house and loosed horrors that none of us dare witness a second time. He is our foe, and he must be stopped.
Yes.
Matthew reached Florida? Oh, I'm in the Midwest, so I'm well over 1,000 miles from there. So I'm not worried about that at all. Hurricanes don't affect us. I am right smack dab in the middle of the United States, so I'm safe from those. But I appreciate the thought, Drav. Thanks for thinking about me. Yeah, I too am worried about all the friends I have down in the southeast. Hopefully Matthew will peter out pretty quickly down there. 11 reviews positive. Yeah, you're right, but it's still very early. Very early. Like I said, you gotta be kind of careful with those kind of early reviews, because you never know how much hype is involved, and some of those might be people that got copies from the developers. Although I suppose they are filtering those out on Steam. Now on Steam reviews, you can see who got their copies from keys and who actually bought them legit, so that is nice at least. Oh, your grandma's in Kentucky. Whew. Kentucky's a little bit inland at least, so there's that. But I hope she stays safe, Drav. I will keep my fingers crossed that everything goes good south of the border there. Or not south of the border, south of the Mason-Dixon line, as we say in the United States. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Drav. You never know with just 11 reviews. Kind of like a little more than that. Oh my god, I love when boggarts explode against my shield. That is hysterical. Eleven's very much early game release hype territory. Now, if you got 11 reviews and it was negative, I would be very scared, because that's a very, very bad sign. But 11 reviews and positive, yeah. Oh, your entire family's Kentucky. Well, jeez. I hope for both of you then that Matthew doesn't get too far inland. Arizona, though. My roommate just moved out to Phoenix a year or two ago. She's really enjoying living out in Arizona. Hope you are too, Ford. I'm hoping to go out there next year and check it out myself. I'm a Midwest boy through and through, so I've never seen the desert. So that'll be interesting for me. It was only a couple of years ago I saw my first mountain. Kind of a homebody in that sense. Have you managed to get a parry yet? No, I don't think I have. I'm not doing a lot of parries in here, but I'm eager to check it out. Oh, good. Liking it out there? Good to hear. Yeah, when you make a big move like Kentucky to Arizona, there's a lot of factors to consider, and there's a lot of ways that it could be unpleasant for you. But if you're enjoying it out there, more power to you, dude. Good deal. Alright, got another side quest coming up here. Let's check it out.
Do not be alarmed, young one. I am not your enemy. Not all of the Winter Fae have joined the ranks of the Tuatha.
Oh yeah, relentless assault all day or a day. I love that so much because the knockback in this game, especially when you're fighting a whole bunch of enemies, getting pinballed all over there. Oh, the army put you over there. Well, that's kind of a happy accident if the army put you over there and you ended up liking it. That's good luck right there.
I am awaiting the return of my beloved, Alea. She fell under the spell of the Tuatha and marched north with their vile army. Among them she perished, one of the many to fall at Melsenshir. I wonder, could you help me with a small task? I need this ring placed inside of a hollow.
Why can't you do it?
I am forbidden from entering Ranil. When Alea fell under the spell of the Tuatha, I tried to convince her that it was lunacy, but her belief was fanatical. She banished me from her presence and that of her hollow.
Hopefully she doesn't resurrect still believing the Tuatha. That'd be a bad thing.
Thank you, mortal. Alea's hollow is called Ranil. It lies on the southern edge of the Keening. There is a small altar at its bottom. Place the ring there. I wish to show Alea that my love has remained true, and that I wait for her still.
Poor Zero, you arrive at the stream just in time to get triggered by elf eyebrows. How are you doing tonight, Zero? Good to see you stopping by.
Go to Ranil. It's a hollow on the southern edge of the Keening. Place the ring on the altar you will find there. By doing so, we shall demonstrate to Alea that my love for her remains true. My beloved, we have always been together through every turn of the great cycle. But with the coming of the Tuatha, she changed. She no longer cared for the balance, only for their new god. I tried to convince her to return to the cycle, but she wouldn't listen. She marched with the Tuatha army to Melsenshir and fell during the battle.
What are you having for dinner tonight, Zero? You know me and food chat. Best buds right there. Tell me what you're having for tonight in great detail.
I did not join the Tuatha when they came, even as other that I cared for fell under their spell. The great cycle and the balance are what I follow. This war of theirs is lunacy. Even here, the Tuatha created death and destruction. When they summoned Baelor, the region was consumed in flames. It will be a long time before anything grows in the charred path he left behind.
Oh, he's a trainer too. But whatever he's training is something I already know enough of.
Farewell.
That's fine. You know what would have been nice in Amalur? Some more special affixes on items, like stat increases. Yeah, like enchantments. Just being able to put an enchant on an item. That would have been nice. Alright, so if found a new area called Baylor's Crossing, but I don't think I'm going to be able to teleport to that. I'm going to run up down this path just to knock the fog off my map. But yeah, that would have been a nice endgame upgrade, is having swords that have weapons that have some sort of enchantment. Maybe that was something they could have done with the purples. Or maybe having a difficult, a rarity level above purple that had special affixes like that. That could have made the end game equipping process a little more interesting. Because as it is, I don't see that the end game itemization is going to be that big. Oh, pizza! Nice, Zero. Finally done talking about the pizza and doing the pizza action. Fantastic. I'm sure I've talked to you about it before, but refresh my memory. What are you getting on your pizza? Oh, right in the middle of nowhere? Well, I guess this is where we're at with enemies now. These guys just spawn out in the middle of nowhere. Wow, that's intense. Let me know how the volume is on this mic in case I need to turn it down a little bit so you can hear me okay. I know Tyrants usually have the loudest music effects. Nice. So even the fabled Niskaro Tyrants I'm taking down at this point. That's intense. Or they could have done it as a set bonus, Drav. That's true too, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, having that as like a set bonus for having every item would be such a hype way to make you want to have all 5 pieces of a set. I blame it on all of you for making me crave pizza. Talked about pizza, dreamt pizza, ate rice pizza, my wife is a pizza. That's getting dangerous there, Zero. Maybe a little dangerous, definitely. I hope the power of pizza can soothe your soul. Let pizza permeate your being. Become one with the pizza. Alright. Do I want to keep going, or is there anything? I really should. Oh, I didn't find any teleport points over there. Dang it. I screwed that up. I am going to head back. Yeah, I need to find some teleport points over there. This is much harder on hard. Well, I would hope it's harder on hard, seeing as hard is hard. That would make some sense. Now, of course, there's other factors here. I think I've got a pretty good equip set. I think my build is pretty good. And besides all that, I've got your great advice, Drav, pointing me in the right direction. Making sure that my build is coming together nicely. That has helped immensely. Shouldn't tell your wife she's pizza. Because pizza's around, if you tell your wife she's a round shape, you're screwed. That's good advice there. Shane is games, but Shane also is marriage advice. Never know what you'll get on the stream. Marriage advice, game design talk, pizza chat. Probably everyone's expecting pizza chat. Pizza is objectively the greatest food ever made. Because aside from the bread and tomato sauce, and even that's variable, it's more or less whatever you want it to be. And that's the trick. It's not like, oh, do you like pancakes? There's not a ton of variation in pancakes. You can put different ingredients in them. But more or less at the end of the day, pancakes are pancakes. But pizza, man, pizza. You can do some stuff with pizza, that is for sure. Come on, there we go. Had to wait for Relentless Assault to get off cooldown. Otherwise, these guys would be tricky. Wound Wielder seems like he has a ton of health. So let's stun him. Oh yeah, that took it down a little bit. Why the heck is there a mage here? The Tuatha working with the Jotuns? The other way around, the Jotuns working with the Tuatha? That's scary. Whew. honest answer to the question, did they gain weight? Well, that's simple. You gotta redirect. You gotta redirect. Well, I don't think you have, but I mean, you can always check on the scale. Scale will give an honest answer, and you won't pay dearly for it.
Help
Everybody
me,
wins.
please. I know you. You are the one who slew the Baelor at Melson Shear.
I am very
I
famous.
was at that battle as well. It was my unit that drove the Tuatha off the southern wall. Please, you must help me. Those Jotun will not let me survive much longer.
How can I help?
The key to this cage is held by a Jotun rune lord just down the road. That fat bastard comes by here every morning and taunts me with it. Please, retrieve it and get me the hell out of here.
Do a long charge into a stun, not always your short charge attacks. You mean after I stun them, you want me to do the full charge? Is that what you mean?
After the siege was broken, my commander saw the Witch Knight Claren fleeing to the east. He thought that if we could catch him before he made it to Alabastra, we could get rid of one of the Tuatha generals. He did not count on Claren having a refuge full of Jotun mercenaries.
I'll get the key for you.
Thank you. The Jotun Rune Lord is just down the road. Please hurry, for I have unfinished business in the keep on the hill.
Alright, I can do that.
That Jotun Rune Lord down the road, he possesses it. I only wish that I could kill that fat brute myself.
You're not wrong, Drav. That is something I could be doing better.
Many soldiers of the Alpha army were drafted, but I volunteered. I could not watch as my southern cousins were annihilated. I have been fighting alongside my brethren for years, and just as I was starting to think that this war would never end, you showed up. Thank you, hero, for giving me hope.
Aw. Who's this witch knight she was talking about?
I have never encountered another Fae like him. He is one of the most sadistic generals of the Tuatha army. I do not think he even cares about their religion anymore. He just wants to see the world bathed in blood.
Ooh, I bet I'm gonna have to fight him at some point.
They are vile creatures. I do not know how anyone can stand to be around them. You would have to be desperate to hire them as mercenaries.
Drav, is that what your wife did? Ford! Oh, that wouldn't be as funny if I wasn't actually imagining it happening. And if anyone's life is going to be exactly like Kingdoms of Amalur, Drav seems like a good candidate for it. Oh, that is hysterical. Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you for that one, Ford. Charge attack does twice as many hits. I think it does. I think you're right. So that would be kind of nice to have. Ooh, lots of Tuatha up here. Take out the ranged ones first. Else they'll get irritating later. Nice. Oh, there we go. Of course my life is like Amalur. I have a Balor pet in front of the house. Pixar, it didn't happen, Drav. Alternate answer, you must have a very large and spacious yard. Good job. I want a yard big enough to house a Balor. Big enough to let him roam free. You know Balor like to run and play sometimes, like to graze every once in a while.
The Tuatha have brought war to the Winter Fae. They bring us all into this conflict and turn the Court of Winter into some engine of war. But the House of Sorrows would not join. They resisted. They were the sole embodiment of all winter, all that was great and unique about our people. It could not be so easily discarded.
Oh my god, I forgot about Wrath. It's not even that it's too easy, it's just that I've gotten too derpy for this game and completely forgot that Wrath existed. I don't think I've used Wrath today at all. I suppose if it was harder, I'd be forced to think, I should be using Wrath here, but Yeah, you're right. Oh, shoot, I already hit... Oh, and curse. Dang it. I must have already tried to do that one. Shoot. Oh, well, I'll get that curse taken off next time I go back to sell my items. I know there is that healer back there that can take care of it. That's another thing that cracks me up about fantasy games, too. Usually you have one major evil, and at some point after murdering tons of his minions, they'd go, I'm just gonna give up. You'd think, or at least, you know, if not the big bad, maybe some of the minions would go, you know, I'm not sure I want to fight this guy. This guy seems really tough. I just saw this guy murder like 100 dudes. I'm thinking maybe I don't want to be one of those dudes. There's very few games I've ever seen, any video games whatsoever, where you see enemies do that and have that, oh, I don't think I want to be here. The one I'm thinking of is Fear, the old first-person shooter, which I might actually be playing on stream sooner rather than later. That seems like a good showcase. That one you get enemies that have second thoughts. That maybe they don't want to be fighting you because they see what you can do and get spooked. Spooked like crazy. Oh, very hard. Yeah, no, I'm not going to screw with that one. Oh, one of these guys should have the key, right? Yep, there's the cage key. Excellent. Fantasy games are like the American way. Every monster thinks, I could be the one killing him. Yes, the land of opportunity. Monsters of opportunity. Well, sure, all those guys got killed, but that just means it's time for me to shine. This is where I show my stuff. I'm going to impress the big bad with my awesome killing skills, and then I'll get promoted. Then I'll be able to buy that nice house in the hills.
They come to take our land, but all that they find here shall be death.
I was worried about that typo too, Drav. I didn't want to say anything. I hope nobody thinks that way. Just go for the range one. Nice. Sweet. Keep leaving one with just like a tiny bit of health too.
You struggle against the force of a simple army. How will you fare, I wonder, against the power of a god?
Yeah, see, that's one of the reasons why these always have to take place in fantasy settings, because otherwise you'd say, who wants to join me on this quest against the heroes? Well, I mean, what's your health plan look like? What kind of paid time off do you offer? Do you give maternity leave? Is that a thing? These bad guys, they never think about all the logistics like that. It's a shame.
Of course you aren't. You may be a foolish, unclean sin against the natural order, but I'll grant that you're no coward. The only solution is for you to be cleansed when Tiernok the Merciful comes to our world. Soon.
So I was afraid of that. Of course he is trying to summon the Dark God into the world. The Dark God that may in fact end up being the final boss, because that's kind of how these fantasy settings work. Yeah, the AoE is basically the main reason I decided to stick with the Greatsword, because I love that huge sweep that they get. Just means I have to think about a lot less. Oh shoot, they brought friends. It is always nice to see Faye using Faye blades, though. That seems thematically appropriate. Come on, let me take one without getting the bonus. There we go. Switch over to this. See if I can get the stun. A little bit of a stun on him. Hopefully I can finish off at least one of them before it wears off. Oops. Whew. Yeah, it wore off. Oh. Now we're running into problems. Now that I actually have to fight him. Now it gets tricky. Oh, but I took care of it. Should have been a choice that said, don't you know how many of your kind I've slaughtered? I've killed a lot of these dudes. Maybe you shouldn't be so cocky. By the way, when you use Relentless Assault, technically you can do a full charge too because they can't interrupt you. That's true, that's true. So if I'm surrounded, that's something I might want to consider.
Bengliria, please tell me that barrel of Cruddock slime died painfully. I have another favor to ask of you, hero. The Witch Knight Clarin is holed up in Gennig, the keep on the hill. Meet me inside so that we can hunt him. We cannot let one of the Tuatha's generals escape.
I was a little worried she was just going to say, hey, could you kill this guy for me? But no, she's not asking me to do her job. She's asking me to help. That I can respect.
We need to go to Gennig, the keep on the hill. Meet me inside.
But yeah, Ford, there should always be an option in the back half of these games that just says, do you know who I am? Do you understand what has happened in the previous 50 hours of this game? I'll give you a hint. It involved me and a lot of killing, none of the killing which was done to me. It's like you really stop to think about the kill count you get in these games. And you're an army. You're literally a one-man army. And when you get like one guy that says, I can take you one-to-one.
You are here. Clarin has filled this place with Jotun mercenaries. He must not have had that much faith in the Tuatha cause. We cannot let him escape. He must die.
Look, I know you've killed 10,000 guys to get here, but I really like my shot. I'm feeling lucky today.
No doubt he has surrounded himself with Jotun guards. This will not be easy.
Yes, you do have that option in Witcher. I forgot about that. But not normally enemies just in the middle of nowhere. You can't talk them into it anyway. In tabletop games, yeah, you can do that too. D&D and Pathfinder. That is nice. I love playing characters where you can just flex, and everyone just goes, "Oh man, I'm not messing with that guy."
I am not sure. We must find the Witch Knight, Clarin, and defeat him.
I want to be that guy in real life, the guy that just flexes one bicep and just causes a panic in everyone nearby. Everyone just runs screaming in the other direction. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to the white marker, which I imagine they're not going to let me go directly to, but we'll find out. Let me save real quick on the off chance this guy is some sort of tremendous badass. Which he's probably not, but better safe than sorry. Oh, they're letting me in this one, but that's because it doesn't take me straight there. I like the red filter on this place too, on the lighting. Very creepy. Very creepy. I know I talked before in one of the caves about how much one little filter can really change the tone of a place, but I love that. Alright, let's take these guys down. See if I can... Ooh, can I get all three of them? Ooh, kind of. Nice. I'll take it. Let's finish these guys off now. Ooh, nice stun lock. Nice stun lock. Take him out, and then we should be able to tag team this one pretty easily. Nice. See, when you get two people on them, in the rare instances where you do get an ally, you can get those stun locks pretty easily. Ford, you own a tabletop game store? That's incredible. I own a tabletop game collection. I've been collecting tabletop games for at least a decade at this point. Probably got around over 100 at this point. Lots of books. Fantasy games are long before the digital age. No social media. An enemy in the middle of nowhere doesn't know who you are. Well, see, there's my problem. There's my problem, Drav. I need better marketing. I need to get my brand out there. Hashtag stop screwing with me, I'll kill you. I can work on it. I'm sure I can be tweaked. Going on 3.5 years. Well, congratulations, Ford. Those things are very difficult to run, or they can be difficult to run in this economy. So good on you. Anybody running a tabletop store is doing a great thing. Letting people buy local and letting people get into the hobby easily. So fantastic. Seriously fantastic on you, Ford. If I'm ever out in the Arizona area, I will have to look you up. And I'm going to be in Arizona. Well, I'm going to be in the Phoenix area sometime next year. So if you're anywhere near there, I will totally look you up. Because I am always looking for new game stores to see what kind of stuff I can find. I've got a board game collection as well, if you sell those too. I am all about the tabletop stuff. I have a huge, huge collection of board games. And a big old collection of tabletop books as well. Love tabletop stuff. Love it, love it. I'm hoping someday, and this is a big, long future goal, I'm hoping someday to be able to play board games on stream. But there's a lot of technical challenges to that, so that's not going to be anytime soon. Blues had some nice affixes. Hopefully you're lucky and got to distract some of the stronger ones. Put your competitors in the area out of business. Nice. Nice. Oh, by distract, did you mean dismantle? You're all about the typos tonight, Drav. You viewing from mobile or something? Oh, Tabletop Simulator. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Tabletop Simulator, and I plan to try it out in my personal life at some point, but I've got some ideas. Excuse me. I've got some ideas for setting up a series of cameras around an actual table. Because, like I said, I've got, in real life, a board game collection, so that's one thing. And I've got some friends that love playing board games, that's another thing. And I've got a fantastic table. I've got this IKEA table that's just gigantic, just enormous. Really great for playing games at. And if I could just make use of that by getting a cool camera set up around it, really film me playing some games, I think that'd be cool. But again, due to logistical problems, that's a pie in the sky goal for someday in the future. But still, I think that could be really cool to do like a weekly board game stream. Oh, you're at work, that's all. Well, hell yes for all the people watching Twitch from work, because that's how I do it. Yeah, you are absolutely correct, Ford. There are some games that I refuse to play except in person. Like Battlestar Galactica. I can't imagine playing Battlestar Galactica not live. Because there's so much in any trader game, really, any social deduction game as they're calling them now, where you really need to see the other people's face when you're looking to see if they're bluffing or not. That's such a big component of it. I can't imagine playing it online. You know, obviously, there's a lot of good things you can do playing board games online. Just the ability to connect with people you'd never be able to play otherwise, people all over the world. Very cool. But the way I want to do it, I'm going to need to be in person. So maybe someday. Maybe someday. That could be interesting. I've thought about certain games, trying to play them on stream, or even trying to integrate the stream into certain games. But there's a lot of logistics to work out, so that's something to think about. There are a lot of Jotun in this place. At least I've got Reckoning mode ready. I have a feeling I'm going to want it once I get all the way through this place. Yeah, Geek and Sundry is both a good way to demonstrate it demonstrates a good way to play games online, and it also demonstrates a lot of the difficulties of it. Because on one hand, as far as difficulties, they have to stop a lot to try to explain the rules, because if you're not into it, a lot of it's not going to make sense. On the other hand, since they have guest stars all the time, it's difficult getting them the right base they need to be able to play the game on the same level as people that might have played it before. And then lastly, the big thing that I've heard a lot of people complain about is it's supposed to be a board game showcase, but they do have a habit of, on just about every episode, getting at least one rule/ruling wrong. And that's not the end of the world, but I know some people get really frustrated about that. Including, I imagine, the companies that make the board games. I can see how that would be infuriating when you're trying to show off your game and somebody misinterprets something in a way that may not seem fun. So that's the final difficulty in really doing a board game stream, is being able to be a good host. Who knows the rules and can make them clear in a good way. Now obviously the way they stop and explain the rules on Geek and Sundry isn't going to work on a live stream, since you can't do asides when you're live. There's no editing involved. Maybe if you were to re-edit it for YouTube later, that'd be a possibility. But in general, not something you can do. But yeah, as far as board games online, I think Geek and Sundry have the gold standard right now. Oops. Should have been posted a bit more ahead. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far as to say Geek and Sundry probably gave me the idea in the first place. I don't know for a fact that's true, but I would say it's probably a safe bet, since they were really one of the first people to do it in such a professional capacity. Certainly not the first people to say, let's play a game on YouTube, but their setup is fantastic. It really shows off a lot of the pieces and the players. Of course, to really compete with that setup, you need to have a director and multiple cameras, and I'm not going to do that. That's a bit too much for just me in my apartment. But I respect it. I respect anyone willing to put that much time, money, and effort into showcasing board games like that. Alright, we're getting close to the end. This is actually a pretty tough dungeon right here. So let's save again. And I'm probably going to go into Reckoning mode in this area. After I blow my spells, I'll hit Reckoning, I think. Alright, so he's not even going to talk. I'm just going to go straight into it. So let's do this. Alright. And then... see if I can... oh, I just got the one. Oh, that's fine. I'll take out the Jotuns first, because I think they're probably going to be more irritating at the end of the day than the actual boss. Since there's so many of them. Even they aren't putting up too much of a fight now. Of course, I don't get my big combo bonus, since I'm not actually killing them technically in this mode. Ooh, this is going to be tight. Can I do enough damage to finish him off before Wrecking mode ends? Yes! Nice!
Countless Alpha fell to his blades. My friends, my comrades. Even seeing his broken body does nothing to lessen my anger. All of the Tuatha will suffer for their barbarity. Thank you, hero. I will return to the main Alpha army with the news of the Witch Knight's death.
Oh, I love getting that cinema on the big bosses. Makes it feel so good. It's easier for those guys because they have a budget, don't need to worry about players. They just pay people and poof players. True, I know they try to get friends of the stream. But of course the problem is a lot of their friends are people in the business. So getting them with free time can be tricky. Fatality. Exactly. Man, those cinemas, right? Every single time I do it, feel like a gigantic badass. I love it. That one too, I know it wasn't intentional, but it looked like I took the guy and dumped it on my partner's spear there. So that made it even better. Get the tag team victory there. Combo kill. I love it. Oh, this game continues to deliver even this late into it. Good times. Alright, so that wasn't part of the faction quest I was trying to remember. That was just a standalone, but still, that got me all the way through this dungeon. I don't know if I'll be coming back here, but I got everything I needed out of it. And that was tricky. Lots of Jotun, lots of high health, lots of high damage, lots of high stun. And I think we're good now. So the next step is to start heading south to new areas. How much of this? Alright, so I've done Cursewood and the Midden. I've done part of the Drowned Forest and the Keening. And after that, we've just got the coast and then this area down here. Alright, so we are making lots of progress tonight. Closing in on the end of the game bit by bit.
Feel Tyrnak's wrath.
So yeah, the Tuatha... Oh, shoot. Gotta repair my gauntlets. That's no problem. Pretty large map, Ford. Let me show you after this fight exactly how large this map is. Because the map in this game is gigantic. I didn't even notice how much of the map there was until I was already a good 20 or 30 hours in, and I thought to scroll over, but yeah, so here's the area I'm in. Down here, you've got the area I'm trying to get to. Then I came from over here, and there's the big desert over here, and there's the forested area over here, and the swamps over here. And these two little maps off to the side, the Teeth of Naros and this one over here, those are the two DLC areas, which are completely separate. And the things that look like big towns on here are actually enormous maps into themselves, which are big cosmopolitan cities. So, yeah, in terms of actual places to explore in here, there's lots. Lots and lots. So I'll tell you this much, if you can get this game on sale, you will get your money's worth probably a couple times over. If you like what you see, you'll probably like the game. It's very much a what you see is what you get type thing. Yeah, like I said, the thing is, this was supposed to be proof of concept for a Amalur MMO. And the company went bankrupt, so it's never going to happen. But you look at a map like that, and you think of the World of Warcraft map. And there's a lot similar as far as the size and the organization. So I can definitely see where they were going. But still, to make a game like this, such a crazy huge map, it's really unusual. Almost unheard of, I'll say. And I totally forgot to repair my gauntlets. I have to do that in a second. Oh man, these guys have tons of health. I wonder if it's because my gauntlets are broken. Let me take care of that real quick. Oh, my gentleman's favor is busted too. Jeez. How long has that been? I'll just go repair all of those. Never could get into WoW? Me neither. I might still try again someday, just if for stream fodder, if nothing else, but I played it back in college for about 3 months, and it was fun. I didn't get too far into it. I liked it for what it was, but at the end I kind of got out of it for a couple weeks and then just didn't want to get back into it. I think part of it is the combat system in WoW, just because all of it is... It doesn't feel as skill-based. It feels like the real skill is just organizing your skills and clicking them in the right order. And that's not necessarily exciting for me. The MMO you've sunk a lot of time into is Archage, and you haven't played it recently? I've heard good things about Archage from some people. I mean, that's one of the problems with the MMO, is you'll always hear good things about them from some people. because MMOs appeal to a whole ton of different crowds. But yeah, there were some cool features in Archage that looked like it might have been worth checking out at some point. Alright, so here's the continuation of the faction storyline, the House of Sorrows.
It is a dark place we have come to. I can hear the sorrows of our brothers and sisters. They are crying out with each sword stroke. Satanin has tainted this place.
Where can we find him?
We must head deeper into the hall. Behind the great cavern there's a hole fast sealed with mighty doors. The rebels will be there, and likely Satanin as well.
Tons of content for an MMO. That is one of the biggest things for me, because I'm not an endgame grind guy. So I want there to be a huge distance between me starting the game and getting to the end game. Give me lots of stuff to do before that point, and I'll be a happy camper.
He is the Faithloke Tocht, the choking vine. He reaches from briars dark and unknown to strangle the life from us. To be a member of the house is a great honor. Without the House of Sorrows, there would be no Court of Winter, no culture in these lands, only winter. Farewell.
I should mention, if you're curious for it, if you type !buy into chat, it'll give you a link to go buy this game. I'm not actually sure how much it's going for these days, but I don't think it's much. Alright, these guys I'm going to use Wrath on. There we go. Still nice. Probably should use it a second time if I thought about it, but I'm finishing these guys off pretty quickly. Alright, so at least one of these mages is mine. Take him out real quick. Alright, so who's this other mage here? Oh,
We
just
need to get out of here.
nobody in particular. But I gotta level up. Let's see what we're gonna do here. Oh, dang it, I'm cursed. I forgot about that. Alright, so I'm gonna have to get that taken care of. That's nerfing all of my skills still. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I wish I'd thought of that. So where do I want? I don't really care about dispelling. That would be nice to have though. Tons of professions, classless system, 3 skill sets, which you can change at any time. Piracy, player-based justice system. I love player-based justice systems. Not enough games do that these days, and not enough games do them well. And classless, I do like classless, because that gives you, it can be dangerous. Some games can be really badly broken if that's done badly, but yeah, classless can give you so many options. Alright, yeah, I'll put a point in alchemy right now, and I'll build up to that 4 reagents. I think that'll be a nice goal. I don't really need anything else here. I think I'm pretty good with my build. Speaking of pretty good with my build, I don't really need anything here either, so... Oh man, I maxed that out as well. So there's very little I need in here, so I guess I'm going to start putting points into Adrenaline Surge. Yeah, I guess let's start pumping points into Adrenaline Surge. I'll put one into Power Strike as well, just to get that bonus in there, but then I'll put the other 2 in there. It gives it 50% chance to trigger, without increasing the cooldown, so that's really nice. So if things ever get really bad, that Adrenaline Surge should take care of me. And I unlock Tier 6 Warlord, so that gives me an extra 5% melee attack damage, an extra 2% block efficiency, extra 3% stun duration, extra 3% chance to stun, and Last Stand, automatically resurrect with 20% health. Health drains until an enemy is killed. Holy crap, I like the sound of that. And I got an achievement for that. That's the achievement for getting a top tier destiny, I believe. Whew, nice. Nice, nice. I think that's worth a save now that I got that done. Good deal. Hello, giant underground cave. I'll take a look at it once the enemies are dealt with, I guess. These guys always making things hard for me. I just want to enjoy the scenery. But no, they want to kill me. It's pretty good job. Ooh, no manners with these Tuatha. Oh, this guy, he gets stuck left over. 3 of us to deal with. Bad luck, guy. Bad luck. Alright. So let's take a look around here. Oh my god, that light over there. I don't even know what that is, but it's beautiful. All these hanging buildings. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Got another one of the lights over there, and it goes down a bit. Oh, I love it. It reminds me of the dwarven cities from Skyrim, and I believe Oblivion had them too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Oblivion had them. Gorgeous. I love it. Wish I got to explore more of them, really. So that looks interesting over there, but it looks like my destination is straight ahead. So I suppose let me take care of that first, see what they want me to do, and then once I get that done,
That must be the leader. That was the leader. Must have been Saturnin. And if he's heading in there, that must be where the rest of the House of Sorrows are. We have to get past this door. We need to stop him before the rebels are all killed.
Well, how do we get these doors open?
The Fallen Hall is a fortress in the Phalanx. To get to its heart, we will need to open 3 great doors.
Of course.
There should be 2 other sigil stones that we can use in addition to the one before us. They will grant us passage.
Alright, so go around, get the sigil stones, and then we can get in the door and take care of that guy.
The Fallen Hall is well known in these lands for its strong defenses. There are 3 sigil stones that control the Holdfast's mighty doors. They are strewn throughout the hall. Activate all of them and the path to the Holdfast will be open.
Alright, good deal.
Farewell.
So, here's sigil stone number 1. And that opened the first doors. Take a peek in here and take care of these guys. Follow me, Miri. Oh, jeez. I thought that was my mage for a second. But I don't think there's collateral damage in the game, so... Nope. That wasn't my mage. Oh, he's not long in this world. Sweet. Looks like there is a shrine here as well. Yep, and there's the second door I need to unlock. So I'll come back here once I get the other 2 sigil stones. And I'll clear that out. This was just sort of a peek in the area and see what I'm dealing with. Let's start down here so I can work my way back towards that door. I think that'll be most efficient. Stuck on a rock right there. Lots of skeletons around here.
The mountain god awaits.
Take care of that fair Gorda. Oops. Man, do I hate magic users in this game. I think you're required to hate magic users if you've got a melee spec. Because for as squishy as they are, they really do like staying out of your range. Blasting you from afar. You've got tricks to deal with them. Ooh, I didn't even notice this guy. That doesn't make him any less irritating.
Yes?
Not in a badly designed game irritating kind of way, but in a... Man, these guys are total bastards kind of way. In a man, I would love to fight these guys with a slightly different spec way. There's another one of the sigil stones. And a bunch of Tuatha, of course. Not see any mages yet, though. That's a good sign. See if I can wrath these guys. Here we go. Nice. Love that move. And then all I got left is cleanup. Nice. Beautiful. Sigil stone number 2. Getting a lot of master crafting supplies tonight as well. Getting near the point where I'm going to have to craft my endgame equipment. That is exciting. Alright, so that last little arm on the way to that locked door should be where the last sigil stone is. So we'll go grab that next. And see what kind of enemies are waiting for me. Though, I think it's probably a good guess that it's Tuatha, and lots of them. That seems like a safe bet at most times. Ooh, more of them waiting back here. Well, I have a surprise for them. It's called Wrath. I got wrecked pretty quickly. That guy got me from behind pretty well. That sort of dragoon land sleep. That was exciting. Still got wrecked though. Yeah, Drav was talking about the game being a little too easy for me, and the difficulty is definitely more front-loaded in this game. Near the end game, you get very powerful. Or I'm getting very powerful anyway. I think he said that's kind of universal. So I am wrecking a lot of face at this point. Ooh, hello. He's a biggin. Alright, let this assault. Then I will grab the small fries. Oh, nope, I won't. I'm out of mana. Well, I'll just soften up some of the small fries then. Maybe killing the third Gora. Give me a little battle frenzy. And then, ooh, Prismere Troll. We have been badass. Alright, I'll take out some more of the Tuatha then. That troll's going to be a bit of a tricky guy to take on, so I'll leave him for last. Normally I take out the big guy first with a knockback and resistance. Ooh. Nice. Alright, so that's everybody but him. So let's see what we can do to make his life very miserable. There we go. Stun lock at least. A lot of health, but keep him stun locked like this. It's working well for a while. She's drawing a tiny bit of aggro. There we go. Yeah, she wasn't quite drawing as much aggro as I would have liked, but that works. That works. Got the job done. Certainly throwing everything they've got at me at this point. This is a very dense dungeon, much more than most. Looks like there aren't too many left in here to fight me then. Is it just this guy? Did he just hang around and back and say, I'll fight it by myself? I fight better by myself, Mr. Lone Wolf. Yeah, that worked out real well. Alright. So, that's all the bindings. So, let's see who this guy is and what his deal is. Why did he start a civil war? Why did he think it was a good idea to lead the house to what we're pretty sure is ruin? He seems to think it's the right path. Ooh, I see a lot of guys up ahead. Go ahead and use, get some more mana in there. Wrath. Soften him up a little bit. And then start taking them out one by one.
Let's finish this.
Taking it straight to him. Oh, those archers. Nice. I love that downward stab move. The timing's a little tricky on him. You gotta do it after you do a dodge roll, but it's got to be pretty precisely after you finish your animation. If you do it too early, then you don't get anything out of it. Alright, so I'll head in here and I'll touch the shrine again. Get that buff back. And then let me save one more time for the big encounter. zones. Man, this guy really brought an army with him. I'll tell you this, the guy does Civil Wars right. Bring all of the guys. I think there was one left. Yep. Way back here. Got sandwich. Not good for him. Oh, and he's stuck up on the pillar. Sorry, dude. Alright, head in here. Secret chest? Secret chest. Nothing too interesting. And there's the man himself.
Oh, this is splendid. I was worried I would have nothing left to see to after I slaughtered these wretches.
Leave the house alone, Saturnine.
Saturnine? You use that name so freely, but your little guess is wrong. I am not Saturnine.
Oh, damn it.
I am but a blade that Saturnine has employed in his war. And now, that blade turns on you.
Shoot. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Let's take it to him. Oh, he's not going to be too hard at all. Once again, one of the bad guys makes the mistake of confronting me.
You. You are more amusing than I originally believed. But my master has given me instructions to spare you. Saturnine has a message for you to deliver to your master. This war is over. Soon the sorrows will belong to the Tuatha.
Amazing camera angle right there. And of course, it turns out he's a turncoat.
I can scarcely believe it. All this death, all this destruction, and we have nothing to show for it. No Saturnine, no safety. The Reaping King left the world with good cause. But all that is left of the House of Sorrows is ruin.
So where do we go from here?
We must return to Bizrain with this news. He will want to know what has happened here.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about it, though. I can guarantee you that. But I see that secret door back there. Let's see what's in there. So cool. I love that effect. Not much, it looks like. Spy's Talisman, that sounds interesting. Let's take a look. Is that... Oh, big old tree. It's kind of cool. Sometimes you do gotta stop and smell the roses, as it were. Scourgebane. That is a cool name for a sword. I don't even care if it's not going to be good enough. I like the name. Scourgebane. Wow, it's not bad either. Fortunately, I'm focusing on percentage physical damage, so that's not quite in my spec. Man, that is a cool name for a sword, though. Man. This game has been hit or miss sometimes as far as naming its items, but that's cool. Helm of the Crucible. I think that might be worth upgrading to. No, I'll lose my percentage resistances there, and I don't have the rest of the set, I don't think. That's got the percentage damage, so I don't want to switch off of that. And this has percentage damage, so I don't want to swap off of that. Yeah, it's a sorcery-based shield, so no, I'm going to use those. That's what they... I don't know why they decided to call the sorcery shields talismans, or unless they actually are talismans, I suppose. It is an odd decision. Alright, but we're good in here. I've cleaned out this cave in its entirety, so we'll go ahead and head out at this point. Move on to other areas. I'll stop at the medic to get this stupid curse taken off of me. And then I think, yeah, we might just want to head straight back to Bizrain and report back on this mission.
Yes?
Because we've got this teleport point, so we can get back to this point easily. I think that'll be my best way forward. Cool dungeon though, cool looking dungeon. I love these doors. I love the magical style of dungeon that they have in here, rather than the natural caves. Probably because I've just seen so many natural caves in this game. That's a very commonly used map. Alright. Yeah, I've got those teleport points, so I'm happy with that. So let's teleport straight to the House of Sorrows. Oh, no, I meant to, no, I'll go to that. I meant to teleport to Balor's Crossing, or was that little camp? The Alfar camp, I think. That was where they had the healer. Yeah, here we go.
Greetings. Watch out for Banshane. They make the Mergen stronger.
Healing, excellent. Lift curses. There we go. Good deal. Alright, now to the House of Sorrows.
Yes?
Let's see how the King of the House of Sorrows wants us to proceed from here. Now that things have gone very badly. At least they got the front door open again. That's a plus. Things are still on fire though, so it's not all good. Might want to put that out. It seems like a hazard.
Speak. Saturn, this latest wound he has dealt may be fatal. He need only for us to succumb, and then he can find these sorrows. So that is what we will deny him. Let our losses harden our resolve. Where once we sought victory, we shall now seek attrition.
What are the sorrows?
Fae are the embodiment of magic. When a Delver takes the burden of winter from a Fae, those burdens are in the form of magic. Over centuries, these magics have been collected, contained in a secret location. The sorrows that Saturnin seeks.
That's a tongue twister right there. Why does he want the sorrows?
It is a difficult magic for a mortal mind to grasp, but the accumulation of centuries of sorrows is a fearsome weapon indeed. The burden of a single lifetime of sorrows can be debilitating. Their impact can instill madness or drive a life to end itself. Saturnin would hold a millennium of sorrows. With them, he could obliterate an army's morale and send them from victory to bedlam.
That's surprisingly scary. Yeah, I kind of want to stop him from doing that.
Their location is an ancient secret. Only two Fae, the eldest, know. They left the house centuries ago to reside in Damelrock. The way to them is blocked by the Great Scale, a mighty spell which you must bypass. That alone will open your path to the eldest. You must kill beasts on the pans of the scale. Death is the only weight it will bear.
So the only way to get in is to kill 10 rats. Good to know.
They know where the sorrows, Saturnin's true target, reside. We must rouse them from their reverie and learn from them. To reach them, one must brave the road southward to Damelrock and pass the Great Scale. Kael'Rod and Alarain are two of the oldest Fae in the Winter Realm. So old that they predate the house itself. With the death of the house's original ruler, the Weeping King, they fled. Their devotion was to the sorrows, not to winter. The sorrows are an accumulation of the destructive magic that the house has siphoned from the Winter Fae over centuries of existence. The Delvers of the house did this to enable the Winter Fae to create the Court of Winter, but knowledge of the art and the sorrows' location are lost. Still, the sorrows represent a monstrous collection of magical energy. We must deny Saturnin access to it.
You know that feeling when you have a new headset and it feels like everything sounds kind of wrong? I do. That drives me insane. Especially over-ear headsets, which are what I like. I like wearing the over-ear types. They can be, the differences, the tiny differences between two headsets just feel so enormous. So when you get a better different over-ear headset, even when it's better, for a while it's just going to drive you insane because all you can really notice about the sound is something's off.
I have told you of the burden that every winter fae carries from their birth. We are to embody death and decay in our very essence. For centuries, the Delvers of the House of Sorrows have been harvesting this essence from their winter brethren to relieve them of this burden. This amalgam of magic and emotion was collected and concentrated into a single powerful source, the Sorrows, and Saturnin wishes to turn that magic on the mortal armies.
You just get some a new headset drive and that's just driving you insane.
Members of the House may choose one of two paths, the path of the Delver or the path of the Tender. Delvers are those who commune with the sorrows of the living fae and the recently deceased. They draw forth these sorrows and assume them. However, most Delvers lost their talent over these last few centuries. But our youngest, Tybri, shows some promise.
No, I get you, Drav. It can be so hard to get to a point where you can objectively judge those headphones. Because for the longest time when you're wearing them, the only opinion you can have is they're different from my old ones. I hope they do end up working out for you. If not better sound, at least they're more comfortable on you.
The Tenders are those sacred few who oversee the decay and decomposition of a winter fae's body. They also oversee the Midden itself, for like a body, the Midden is a physical thing, a vessel for rot and ruin, that which is required for death to become rebirth. Finally, they once tended to the gallows tree, but that was before the Tuatha perverted it.
Oh, the gallows tree.
It is a manifestation of magic that prevents intruders from disturbing the perpetual reverie of the eldest. From what I understand, the sides of the room take the role of a scale, and whoever wishes passage must use death itself to manipulate the scale. The only weight the pans of the scale will acknowledge is death. When something dies on the scale, it will shift you one step closer to the eldest.
That's kind of an insane way to work a door, is it not? Sorry, if you want to get through this door, you're going to need to kill a lot of dudes on top of the scale. On the other hand, though, perpetual reverie, that sounds like a thing I could get behind. Oh, you're a person that hates change? Yeah, I guess that could make it a little tricky. I can understand that.
The Midden is the cradle in which our race of winter was of rot, of decay, a place where the House of Sorrows holds reign. The Far Kelidae, they call themselves. The Faithful. They take the Fae of Winter and craft them into an army. But they know little of true devotion.
Alright. So, time to go kill lots of things and open that door. Which is down in the Kelid coast, it looks like, where I haven't been yet. So let's check the local map and see, or once I head out of here. We'll check the local map and see if there's anywhere else I want to go before there. This will make you crazy the whole weekend. Well, you know, it's like breaking in shoes. You want to get used to new shoes, you have to wear them all the time. You want to get used to a new headset, you need to play a lot of video games. So that's where you're at right now, Drav. Dr. Shane is Games is prescribing you play a crap load of video games this weekend until you get used to those headphones. I'll write you a doctor's note if need be. Let me know. We'll work something out. Alright, so let's check the quest log. See where we got next. I gotta place the ring right down there. That's a possibility. Got the Damel Rock one, that's way down south, so maybe not quite yet. And the last Prismeer Chantry is right there as well. So let's focus on the True to the Cycle one yet. I think that's going to be the quickest one. And unfortunately, I don't know. Oh, I did get a teleport point down there. Baylor's Crossing. So let's head down there. And I'll just go south from here, I imagine. Yeah, I think the road will take me there, so let's do that. Oops. Hello. Let's do this. Nice. There we go. And down it goes. Whew. You know you've got a good spec when even the Niskaro tyrants drop like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the kind of fights I want to be having more of. Alright, so a lot of enemies just over this ridge, but I don't have any reason to head over there yet, so I'm gonna stay away from there for the time being. I don't even know why they're all lined up right there, but they're doing their thing, I'm doing my thing. Let us all just live and let live, shall we? Except this guy. Man, tyrants all over the place in this area. That's nuts. I really thought these guys were supposed to be. This Carl, what is he? Or Roman elves? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Oh, he's a big bad. Holy crap. So much health. And here I thought I'd seen everything. Oh. That was a fight right there. Master Trav. You are correct. You have been very helpful in building this thing up, but at this point, my spec is basically everything warrior. I've got so many points to play with, which is very nice.
Until one night, when nature changed its course, and Gadflow, like an errant thread frayed from the weave, took the crown from Mathon's head. A joke, he said. A joke? And the court swayed in laughter. For Gadflow's was often like the mockingbird, with many calls, but none of his own. He placed the crown upon his head, and smiling, took a crimson sword. He betrayed the Fae with a swing of his newfound freedom.
Wait for the Prismere trolls. Yeah, I remember you mentioning them before as the biggest of the big bads. Or as far as normal enemies, so that'll be interesting to see. Alright. Alright, so I'll head over and check out these chests first thing. Cool. And... ooh. Blue greatsword. Probably not as good as what I got, but I'll still take it. Crafting fodder, if nothing else. Alright, I'll head to this area, then... ah, crap. Let's go straight for the big guy, the bog thresh. These guys are really important. It looks like he's got tons of health as well. Let's see if I can get a stun off on him, maybe? Yes. Now I got him sandwiched. I love that my swing arc is so good I'm actually hitting people behind me. That's intense. As is the damage I'm doing. Very intense. Nice. Those crits. Those crits. so much damage on the crits. I don't even have a crit build. Probably why I'm so excited, because they're pretty rare for me. Alright, so from here... Yeah, it looks like it's pretty linear as long as I start heading in this direction, so let's do that. Take care of some boggarts. Let's make this quick. Nice. Barely even needed the last hit there. Almost finished him off before I got all the way through the combo. That's awesome. And all of them drop a loot. That's pretty nice of them. Even if it is just gold. Alright, these stone faces look really good accented with the blue light. That is a cool image right there. Kind of gives them a different texture with a light like that. Ooh, there's a lot of wonders in here. Still weak though. This guy's got some health on him. Good for him. Won't save him, but good for him. The toughest of the boggarts is still not a fantastic place to be. Something about the one-eyed man in the land of the blind, I believe. Alright, so the goal should be just up ahead, past all the sprites. Their annoying ranged magic. Deal with that. They just start cutting through. Yeah, they're not so tough. They can't be scoring those knockbacks, that's for sure. And done. Done and done. And up here is where I'm headed. Alright, ring placed. Simple enough quest, just needed to get through all those enemies to get there. I can deal with that. Speaking of enemies, deal with a whole bunch of the way out so I can check all those chests too. Can't miss any chests. That'd be terrible. What a tragedy. Just not used to enemies actually being able to damage me now. Gonna have to get used to that real fast, otherwise I could be in trouble. Sweet. Ah! Do I want the gauntlets of the Crucible? Maybe. I'll hang on to them at least. See if I can get rid of something. Oh, stout longsword. I'll add that to junk. And the Guardian's Greatsword. That's junk. That should be good for right now, I think. I think I could finally get rid of the River in Tarsus, too. Destroy all these, get some gold for it, and pick up the Gauntlets of the Crucible. I believe that's the second piece of armor from the Crucible set. That's the main reason I'm looking at it. Not for the stats itself, but just because of that. I'm not even sure if I'm going to want to use them with the full set, but it's something I'll want to be looking into. Alright, out of the cave we go. I think that guy wasn't too far from here, so I might want to turn that in next. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, he's right here. That's convenient.
Impressive, is it not? This is where the greater Niscaru, Baelor, was summoned. Thank you for placing the ring, mortal. Alea will know that I remain true to her, and that I wait for her still.
Oh, that's sweet.
Do you see the crater behind me? It was created when Balor was summoned into this world, one of the greater Niskaru. He wielded power that no mortal should have been able to stand against. I do not understand how anyone's fate could have been to slay such a beast.
I'm pretty badass. That's kind of the bottom line right there.
Goodbye, mortal.
That's the crater, huh? Wow. Alright. It's a creepy place to be born from. Alright, so having gotten that done, we are going to head back to Melsenshire real quick to deal with my inventory. And then after that, yet more side quests. As the music just dies. Did you notice that? I was kind of playing some epic music when I got here and it just stopped. It's pretty funny. Alright, so happy with my longsword. And I'm happy with my gentleman's favor, although Scourgebane is pretty cool. Scourgebane is very cool, but doesn't have that percentage damage, so I don't think I'm going to want to do it. Gearstone, I think maybe it's time to finally get rid of, though. And any armor I want to keep around? Probably not. Robes of Sorrow, I gotta remember to sell those. Gauntlets of Jotun Strength is still really nice. I like that plus damage as well. Oh, and I can get rid of those talismans too. Let's do that. Break some stuff down. Let's see. Let's break down the river in Tarsus. Gloves of the Indomitable, can break those down. Both the talismans, since I'm not a magic user. The hammer, since I'm not a hammer user. And the vigorous greatsword, since that just isn't any great shakes all around. And then I'll probably got some gems to combine, so let me do that real quick. And then after this, we'll head over to the store, sell a couple of my purples and yellows that I wasn't able to break down. And then we'll be ready. Oh, not much to combine actually, that's surprising. Guess I've been keeping up on that. If I was a hammer user, I'd charge into every battle screaming hammer time. I would, Drav, I really would, because I am exactly that cheesy. I'd probably be humming the song through every battle too, so it's probably a good idea I decided not to go with the hammer spec. Because that would get irritating real fast. I mean, it'd get old for everybody but me, but I just keep on it. It's kind of how I roll. It's not pretty. Alright, so what do I want to get rid of? Let's get rid of the Dove's Wings. Let's get rid of Gearstone. Let's get rid of Kelleran's Scepter. So much stuff. Let's get rid of the Vigorous Staff. Probably should have broken that down. Oh well. All those purple items that you never use are way more irritating. Sorry. I think I'm good there. Yeah, I do have 2 crucible items, so that's interesting. I can sell the robes, though. We'll do that. And then I bet I've got some more minor potions I can get rid of. Minor healing potion, minor mana potion, I'll sell those. And alright, I think I'm good.
That's what you need. Come back again.
And back we go to the quest game. Out to the Cursewood, and let's check. Yeah, I'll check the quest list, see where we want to go. So we got the Eldest and Silence Falls. Wow, not much. I think Silence Falls is what I want to do next. So let's head to the Alfar camp And we can go south from there. I think that'll be our quickest route.
Greetings, traveler.
See what we need to see. Yeah, sort of. I guess I'll head more or less there as the crow flies. That should uncover as much of the map as possible. Just two? No problem. Whew. As he knocks me for a little bit. Got a little cocky there. Maybe more than a little cocky. There we go. Whew. Still funny thinking how scary these dudes were the first time I fought them. And how much they've come down since there. Not because I leveled up so much, it's because I got all those skills to deal with them. Plus I'm more accustomed to dealing with them now. They're just not as much of a surprise as they used to be. They were so rare before, and now they're just standard overworld enemies. It's a little sad. A little sad with them losing their mystique. But it's how things usually have to happen in these endgame areas. Alright, so still a little bit of a ways off. Still some more fights on the way, and another shrine too. It's interesting that we got all the shrines in here. Oh, bog thresh. So many oranges out in the overworld too. That's surprising as well. Yeah, orange enemies used to be a lot more rare as well. Now I'm seeing them very commonly. Nice! That was a good fight right there. Some of them are probably as low as level 20, maybe even lower. Really? I thought the name colors were relative to my own level, not just some objective counter.
Mortals are born to die. In Tyrnak's name, we must lead them to their fate.
Oh, he's preaching. Gentlemen. Oh, I don't have enough. He's gonna get in there in wrath and it was gonna be badass. But it was not to be. I love when they just bounce off me with the stun. That's hysterical. I don't even know how that would work in the real world. Oh, the purple items. Alright, sorry, I misunderstood that. No, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are down there. Oops.
Try as you might, struggle as you will, you are deluded. There is no winning for you, only death.
Your army is dying, because I'm killing all of them.
Yes, but death as you define it means little to us. The great cycle returns, each to offer as to offer again. And every time they do, Tyrnak gets stronger. Soon, she will be born into this world. You will witness her power personally, and it will be the last thing your mortal flesh shall ever feel.
So what, I'm just a walking, talking taser? I suppose that would explain why none of the enemies have any defense for it. Never seen one before. Just blowing their minds. Alright. That'll teach them to scry into our territory. Hopefully. Alright, so while I'm here, let me just head along the southern edge, and I'll grab that last spot as a teleport point, because I don't think I have it yet. Maybe? I don't think so, but I've got a little bit of the map to uncover along the way. So I may as well. And of course the chests. Check out all those chests. Nice. Sweet. Dealt with. What Gadflow doesn't know is Fate killed by you don't return to the cycle. I delete them from existence because I'm a fateless badass. I didn't know that either. That is super badass. Those poor bastards. So, accidental genocide is what you're saying. Oops. My bad. Taking me to your entire race. Wow. That crit! Or no, that probably wasn't a crit, that was a, damage redirect. Whew. That hurt him, though. Very nice. So yeah, I'll head over to Sanctuary Grotto, see if I, Oh, right, Garth told me that way back when. Huh, you'd think you would have figured it out by now, since he seems to know so much about me. His bad, I suppose. What he doesn't know is going to ruin him. Alright, so yeah, I already got Sanctuary Grotto. So let's head back to where we need to get. This is back up to Foe's Hearth. That was a long time ago, though. Sometimes it's hard keeping everything straight with how long this game is. Especially playing it over a series of weeks like I am. Months at this point, really. Come on.
Gadflow's voice has fallen silent in this land. The Tuatha are frightened and disorganized. They run back to Alabaster to make their final stand. We owe you much. Our eyes are open and our blades unsheathed. Cluricon is won, but the House of Pride stands between us and the final goal. We are now free to press forward, and I can take you to an old friend who knows the next step.
You're taking me to Ventrinio?
Yes, we will take you to his filthy tower on the island of Danistar. He hides within, and has not emerged in some time. I would like nothing more than to let him rot there. But he knows of a way past the sentinel of the House of Pride. But there will be more danger on the path ahead. Take these blades to prepare for whatever troubles you will face at his tower or beyond.
Finally, I get to find Ventrinio and shake the answers out of him. Who knows what the thing with Gadflow really is? Mysteries. Spooky.
Far to the southwest, there is a darkened tree by the Caelid coast. Meet me there, and we can walk the shadow to the gnome's tower. Aelin Shear will be waiting there. She was most insistent to join in whatever business you have with the Collector of the Dead. Meet me at the Caelid coast. The Winterfey know of a shadow path to Ventrinio's island. I've heard of her, and I've seen her work. A dead diplomat here, a salvaged peace treaty there, a handful of lies told to protect an innocent. But even as a collector of secrets, there's precious little I know about her. Nothing could be more beautiful than a mystery like her.
Agreed.
I am Sidon the Outcast. Once I was Prince of the House of Sorrows. But my true duties are to my kind. The Winterfey have been disgraced and despoiled by Gadflow and his new god. For House and Heartbreak, I shall end his reign. My people are no strangers to exile on the barren island of Danistar. To steal back our freedom, the House of Sorrows forged a path to the coast through living shadow. It's safe so long as you keep your eyes closed during the journey, and ignore the whispers.
The poor, poor Thief Guild. Mistakes were made, this is true. I wouldn't just ally with Gadflow. Although I'm sure now if Gadflow says at the end, join me, chat's all gonna be screaming, don't do it, don't do it! Don't do it!
You've seen Ventrinio leave the island before, but until recently, he always had company.
Usually they were henchmen. Sometimes they were corpses. And once, not too long ago, it was you.
Finally gonna get some answers
We will
about
meet
my
again in the
backstory.
shadowed tree on the Caelid coast.
That's exciting. Alright, so where's he sending me now? I don't see it on the map. Let's click on it. Oh, the eldest. I gotta go take care of that. Let's take care of that one next. That one is, ooh, all the way down there. But yeah, I think I want to take care of that before we move on. Because I'm sure the next storyline quest is going to advance things in a very big way. So let's see what we can take care of before then. I think, yeah, this is the last, more or less the last area before Alabaster itself. Which still always makes me think of One Piece whenever I hear it. If you're a fan of One Piece, you'll know what I'm talking about. So that is a bit confusing. Oh man, more bog thrushes. Enemies in this area are freaking intense. Whew. There we go. That went well though. Did have a couple spells in there, but still, very nice fight. The city with the busty blue-haired princess. My angel. Cannot wait. The stream's favorite lady right there. Alright, so reckoning mode's full again. Excellent. Oh, nice! Was that the counter move you were talking about, Drav? The stab and the kick? Not exactly the right enemies to be testing it out on right there, just boggarts, but that looked pretty cool. Alright, more secret treasures up here. And I see more lore stones. I suppose it's a new area. It's like One Piece was drawn by men for boys. Drav. Blasphemy.
Be on your guard.
Sleepy quest giver.
Hail, adventurer. I am Bruin the Bard, spinner of stories, seeker of adventure. Allow me to welcome you to the Caelid coast, haven to the wise and wicked. These brave soldiers, the finest of the Alfar armies. They escorted me all the way from Melsenshir to these verdant lands. Alas, our journey together has come to an end. But there is still adventure to be had, so join me. If not, then I bid you fair warning. Your journey shall be far less exciting without this storyteller at hand.
Treating them like the garbage they are garbage. Hence the arrogance. You get the arrogance, you treat them like garbage. Good endgame move, because I am pretty arrogant at this point, let's be honest.
Ah, yes. It has been nearly a decade since I have told tales for an audience, and I seek to reclaim that trade. These soldiers have been of no help. Fight, fight, fight. That's all they think about. So please, let me regale you with tales of the Caelid coast. I will make sure your time is well spent, and there may even be a twist at the end.
Boa Hancock's actual power in that show is that her spine is indestructible. I keep waiting for somebody to bump into her shoulder and her just to snap in half.
A wise question, and a fair one. As Bard of the Gastia Court, I know all the tales of the Caelid coast, of how this great land rose and fell, and became what it is now. Allow me the pleasure of your company, and I will lead you through these luxuriant lands, spinning stories of times long since past.
Yeah, I guess we can do that.
I had a good feeling about you. Someone who cherishes a good story. Let us proceed. The first stop on our tour begins across the bridge behind me. Alas, there is one small problem. That area is favored by our enemies. If you can clear the area of them, I will follow and join you. We must clear the spot ahead of Bolgan. It is a famous place, and they sully it with their presence and their stench.
Coincidentally, killing enemies is what I was going to do anyway.
Brune was the name given to me by my mother, the lovely daughter of the full moon. The skin like the glow of alabastra. Long ago, I was the court bard of Castle Gastir, the teller of tales, the spinner of stories. But when the Bolgan invaded, well, they had no need of my expertise. Goodbye.
All right.
Hello.
So, let's see, where do we want to head first from here? Check the local map. Let's go grab that lore stone first. I'm sure he can wait. He'll be fine. He can chill out for a little bit. Take a breather. As long as he doesn't follow me over here. Oops. This guy's not going to chill out either. He should. Where is he? Down there. All the way down there. Angry at a great distance. Nice. Good opening move. Got some hits on me, but I made him pay for it. I didn't have anything good on him though. Lore stone, like I was trying to do a second ago. I need me some lore.
Through the woods and mountainside, through the hollows and green meadow, through the summer, winter, day and night, through the hallowed halls of seasons and song, through the vengeance, pride and sorrow, echo the footfalls of the greaves of the Fey Hunter.
Alright, starting a new lore stone sequence right there, it looks like. Alright, so there's where I'm meeting my allies, so I don't want to head there just yet. I want to clear the Bolgan and go to Damel Rock. So let's take the road to the south next. Oh yes, that's... no, Witcher is very different. Some games do have timed quests. That's one of the first things I try and find out when I'm playing a game, even if I'm playing it supposedly blind. I'll be like, alright, when somebody tells me to hurry, do I need to really? Because that is super important. But luckily, I'd say the majority of video games, when they say hurry up, they don't actually mean anything by it. What was I thinking? I know there's some games, like the Elder Scrolls games. When somebody says, let's go somewhere, they'll just immediately start running off there, and if you don't follow them right away, they are going to die so hard. So there you gotta take it seriously. But this game not so much. I think he should be able to either hang back until I get there, or just defend himself, more or less. Alright, so in Witcher 3, you once met a refugee woman who begged me to find her husband that went into the woods. Then that he was gone for half an hour and I should hurry. I was like, hey, this is an RPG, quest wait for me. So I rode into a town to tell first, and bam, quest failed message. Died to a wolf pack. Ouch. That's unfortunate. See, that doesn't even seem like a quest where you'd need to hurry. You're right. That's my first guess. Would be like, all right, he'll be in the woods whenever I get around to it.
The Tuatha have forced their war upon us. They eagerly cut through mortal flesh and mortal bone, and as a reminder of their butchery, they display these mortal corpses throughout the land, turning sanctity into putrescence. The bodies remain on our ground and on our gallows tree, bloated and corrupt.
Alright, finished off that quest line right there. Good deal. Finish this Bolgan off as quick as I can. Before his friend catches up to me anyway. Yes. Oh, I couldn't get the stun back in him though, but there we go. See, they fall really nice when I take him out too. That's very satisfying. Alright, so now he's running over here. Yeah, there he is. How did he even know that I killed all of them over here? I don't think he's got any sight lines.
Excellent work. You are clearly much more proficient in the ways of war than most visitors of the Caelid coast, even the soldiers.
Tell me a story.
It would be my great pleasure. Picture it. 10 years ago, the rising sun, a lingering fog. Somewhere in the forest are screams, the cries of battle. Then, silence. It happened here upon this site. The ambush of Gorn Akri. It is here on this spot where the Bolgan drew first blood, killing Lord Erengastir, his son, and their squires during their morning ride. Let us move on, shall we? And if you don't mind, there are more beasts to attend to ahead. The Bolgan have infested the entire area around Castle Gastir, my old home. Destroy them, and I will relate the tale of the first Lord of Gastir himself.
Alright, killing for lore. Once I rode by a farm and saw a group of bandits in front of a burning house and heard a woman screaming inside, but the bandits were too high level for me. Oh no! So I thought it's an RPG, probably a scripted event, and I can come back later. Bandits gone, house burned down, only a burned corpse. Oh no! Oh, I would have thought that too, because what are you supposed to do? Just wade in and get killed by a bunch of high level dudes? That's rough. That is rough. Alright, so, ooh, didn't even notice that quest giver up there. Let me run up and tag him real quick. Because odds are, whatever he wants is probably going to be on the way to wherever I'm headed. Failed horribly as a hero. For shame.
A fledgling hunter by the looks of it. What's someone so soft doing in the Caelid coast? Don't you know this is Bolgan country? Those red devils are really digging in. I've slain many on my hunt for Chernabog.
Who the hell are you?
The scars don't give me away. Ha! You're probably the first person in recorded history not to recognize the mighty Alof the Hunter. Usually my reputation precedes me. As for why I am here in this muggy puddle of piss, I intend to conquer Chernabog, the mighty Bolgan, and win his eye as my trophy. But first he must be summoned, for he won't just face any foe, you know. Only those he deems worthy to smite with his blade.
I'd like to challenge him, since I clearly have a better chance of killing him than you do.
Ha! You're certainly welcome to try, but I'm afraid he'll be much too dead by the time I finish with him. Besides, you still have the offering to consider. Chernabog will only battle those who can prove their ferocity. It is his way of swatting away the flies who don't offer enough of a thrill for his fiery blood. If you can collect the eyes of 10 Bolgans, then you are clearly a warrior who deserves a reckoning. Set the eyes upon Chernabog's war lanterns and the beast will emerge. By offering the bloodthirsty beast the eyes of 10 Bolgan that you have slain. Once you place that bloody offering on the pedestal and light the war fires, the ugly brute will emerge.
Yeah, lore-wise he doesn't interfere in anything that doesn't involve hunting monsters, but I know just from the first game that sometimes he can be swayed by money and sometimes just, you know, sometimes especially when he's just attacked he has to step in. What are you supposed to do when a group of bandits threatens to rape and kill a woman? The correct answer as a witcher would be not my business. Die, scum. I mean, you know, even if you are a witcher, it's also an RPG, and bad guys have the best loot.
The oldest and mightiest of the living Bolgan. He led the armies of Gadflo to victory over the houses of Ancilla and Gassir. Chernabog may be ancient and marred by war, but don't let that fool you. He is as strong as ever.
I mean, they could always put one of those invisible walls up in front of the farm, that as soon as you try and cross it, he goes, "No, I can't interfere."
I've traveled the world and hunted all manner of beasts. I tracked them down, claimed their heads and hides as mine. Krang the Etin, I slew him, as I did the Fist of Korthis and the clan of Craddock elders in Galliford. Ha! My hunts are the stuff of legend. Not even that Fey Armateer can boast to have tracked and slain more prey than I. And now I intend to claim Chernabog, the Bolgan champion, as my greatest trophy from the Caelid coast.
Alright, well,
goodbye.
I'd say good luck with that, except I'm just going to do it for you. you're not a good Witcher, but you are a fantastic gamer, so kind of balances out in there. Alright, I don't see where the altar for that is. Might just not show up yet because I didn't fully let that quest take over. Yeah, I think it just spawned. No, that's a gate to Gastir. Huh. I don't know where that is, but I'll head back and look into it. Witcher 3 has the best loot and monster dens, so you get rewarded for doing the stuff a Witcher would do. Everything else is up to your conscience. Alright, I can live with that. What was it he always said in the first game? This is Witcher's work. Or this isn't Witcher's work. Something along those lines. Always complaining about, oh, I'm not supposed to do this, but you're gonna pay me. Are you heading to bed, Ford? Alright, thanks for stopping by and thanks for following. You take care of yourself. Have yourself a good night, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you around. And I see a secret door, and I need to deal with that immediately because secret door hype. Although that last secret door I did was a disappointment. All there was a mid-grade crystal in there. That was disappointing. Nice. I was hoping I could keep getting them all in the AoE there. No dice. That death rattle, that was creepy. And no. Look at that, they have a secret door and the only thing in here is some Mergain and a low-level crafting supply. Terrible. Oh, there's another chest over here. Maybe this will redeem it? No, it will not. I guess that's what you get for having a random loot system, is sometimes they're just going to feed you hot garbage. Oh, who do we got? Oh, one Mergain. Good job, good with the solo. How'd that work out for you? Man, it's been a while since I got to break boxes. Oh, nice. Been too long since I could just do gratuitous property damage. Very nice. And then just the mop-up. Beautiful. Alright, so let's head down south to that location I needed to stop at. And I'll get to add that teleport point to my map. And fish with boobs, haunting me wherever I go. Well, it's always a good time to kill a banshee. I wonder if, I know some of the monsters in here are taken from traditional lore. I wonder if Banshee is like an old version of Banshee or something like that. Alabaster is the beginning of the end game. Alright, good to know. So I will go on my crafting spree right before I head in Alabaster. And I'm guessing after I finish the side quests in this area, in the Caelid Coast, then I'll do the little island quest where I have to find out about my past. And after that, I imagine I'm heading straight into Alabastra. So yeah, that'll probably be during tomorrow night's stream. Almost certainly, I think. Wow, we really don't have too much left in the game, do we? Well, no, I shouldn't say that because we still got the DLC, because I'm going to do the DLC as well. Because I am enjoying the game that much that I want to check out all of the stuff. But not much in the main storyline, I should classify. So that's cool. Good to see how far I've come. Progress is nice to see like that. Quit jumping out of my range. Come on. There we go. Take care of him. I enjoy the DLC. I mean, let's not jump to conclusions here. I'm only 75 hours in. Anything could happen. I don't feel like I've got a good feeling for the game at this point. Who can really say anything about a game after only 75 hours? Really? You've barely even started at that point. I mean, am I even past the intro sequence? Is the title going to pop up at any second now? The Kingdoms of Amalur logo? Congratulations, you passed the prologue. Finally. It'll be like Dark Souls. The real Dark Souls begins now. I only have the playtime of 12 Call of Duties so far. Only 12, jeez! Where's the value, I tell you? Although if they charged 12 Call of Duties for this game, I definitely would have taken offense. Yeah, no, if you measure value just in hours played, then oh my god, this game is spectacular. Because I'm pretty sure I got it on sale at some point, and yeah, I'm happy with my money's worth here. I don't even remember what I paid for this game, but I'm pretty sure it was enough. I can't imagine being such a complainer at this point that I'd be saying I didn't get my money's worth out of it. Hello. You're kind of scary. Let's just, you stay right there. Don't get any ideas on me, big scary statue. Yeah, now I try to mention on, or I'm trying to mention on my YouTube, whether I recommend the games or not after I finish them on stream. The Origins sale, Kingdom of Amalur, was $250. I think I've got it for under... I'm sure I got it for under 10 bucks. I don't remember how much. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's just simple logistics in the fact that now that the company's gone, there's nobody trying to maximize their profit, so they're just trying to get anything. It's fire sale prices. It's literally a fire sale. Because as long as they can get some profit out of the game, some profit's better than nothing. Whereas normally they would be saving up for, you know, their next big game. And now the conversation accidentally got a little sad. I'm sorry about that. But yes, there's no next game to save up for, so they can offer it for pretty cheap. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna have a hard time not recommending this game after I play, just because if I wasn't having fun with this game, I would have stopped a long time ago. And so my review, you know, my simple review for this game is, I'm still playing it. That speaks volumes right there. Is this far in, 70 hours in, I'm still playing it. That's my review. So yeah, I think it's a great thing at full price, but considering it goes on sale relatively often, I think. Yeah, I'm telling people to pick it up. I think you saw earlier on the stream, I was, no, that was just before you got here. I was telling Ford he should pick up the game. He's like, oh, this looks cool. I'm like, yeah, I've gotten a lot of value out of it. I'm still willing to put money that sometime within the next decade, we're going to get a team of developers that say, we're the former developers of Kingdom of Amalur. And we're putting together a game that's a spiritual sequel to Kingdoms of Amalur. It'll be smaller than this game, because they won't have that kind of... They won't have Amalur money on their side. But regardless, I think that's something we will see eventually. Simply because I bet the team is still thirsty to make the Amalur 2 that they dreamed of. I really do. So keep an eye out for that, yeah? Keep looking for that. I'd be curious where the team members did go for this. You know, as big a team working on this, they had to have gone somewhere. And sometimes where you get a team like that, they do end up collaborating, and you get a bunch of team members that end up going to the same place. So they might have already been doing that. There already might be work on the spiritual sequel I'm talking about.
I discovered the greatest heights of magical power. I achieved everything and anything I desired, except to find one of them again. And inevitably, someone would remind me through their ugliness that somewhere, something as beautiful and perfect as that divine spirit existed. People will hurt you. People will try to use you. But this thing was different. Yes, I could trust it, and it would protect me from the callousness of others.
I'm actually curious, Drev. I mentioned before that if I was to compare this game to anything that I've played it before, I'd compare it to God of War as far as the combo system. So I should probably ask, have you ever played that? Do you have any opinions on God of War? It's definitely not an RPG, but the combat, to me at least, feels very similar to... anything down there? No. Feels similar to this game. It has been a while since I've played God of War, but from what I remember, it's got a similar sort of combo-based system, with lots of weapons and different combos, and lots of different ways to mix things up. Special attacks, too, you can mix in. Not nearly the customization, of course, and not nearly the open-world aesthetic. Oh, you did play the whole franchise. Awesome. Which leads into the next question I got. Are you excited about the new God of War they announced, the Viking God of War? Because I did, being a gigantic nerd, I did watch the Sony press conference at E3. Oh, never change, Drev. You are amazing. Oh, it's the scale. All right. Well, let's before we get started on that, let's grab the chest. Yeah, I saw the trailer for the new God of War at the Sony press conference. Looks beautiful. Combat looks good. Looks like it actually does have some RPG stats in it. Kind of reminded me a little bit of Skyrim, from what little you could see from the trailer. So I'm really excited to try that when it comes out. And here come the baddies. Hello? Now go to the other one? We're gonna do this one? Alright. Ooh, why are they bleeding all over the place? That's a little weird. That's kinda weird. Why are they just bleeding? Oops. Ow. Are they actually dying on the scale here? Is this working? Yeah, that opened the door. Sweet. Didn't have to kill much on the scale. I guess that's nice. Yeah, it definitely is a big change from the old ones. You know, with a trailer that short and a trailer that obviously scripted, you don't want to make too many judgments, but I feel like with the Greek gods and the things, they've pretty much gone as far as they could, so I'm eager to see what they can do with a new pantheon.
Sorrow precedes you, mortal. It is almost enough to shift the great scale on its own. It has been centuries since my reverie was last disturbed. For what cause are you here? What could a mortal possibly want with me?
Bisserain must find the sorrows.
Bisserain, I have been sealed in here for some time, mortal. But even I know this one. His is the hand that leads the House of Sorrows, no? I know something of the war this land cries of. I will serve. But before I go to his side, you must find Alarain. She and I are as one.
What are you doing here, incidentally?
Once, long ago, Alarain and I walked the Midden as faithful devotees of the Weeping King. She a tender, and I a delver. We were the first of our kind. But when the Weeping King passed, there was nothing. The House of Sorrows that he had built no longer served death, but the winter court that it itself had created. So Alarain and I left. We came here. We devoted ourselves to the contemplation of death, as the Weeping King would have wanted.
Ooh, God of War Ancient Egypt. I hadn't thought of that. That could be pretty fun. I will find Alarain.
It means much to me that you wish to reunite us. We have been long in isolation, contemplating death. Perhaps too long. As you found me on one part of the scale, so will you find her on the other. Now I will leave my cell to wait for you both. She tends to the scale as I have for these many centuries. You must reset the scale in order to reach her chamber.
You know, I'm going to make another prediction right here. I don't think you're going to have the kid with you for the entire game. I think he's going to get kidnapped or killed or something, or you're going to split up or something. But I suspect that's only going to be a portion of the game, maybe just the beginning couple hours of the game.
Alarine and I have been apart for some time. I think it will be good when this business is over to resume our meditations together.
Oh, he's lonely.
I was another of the wretches that the Weeping King saved when he first walked into the Feylands. When he pulled the rot of winter from me, I learned how I too could do the same. So I learned the finer points of his magic and followed him as the first delver. That moniker holds no meaning to a true Fey. What is age to the ageless, to the immortal? The Sorrows are the inheritance of the House of Sorrows, so to speak. We have been working at delving for centuries, collecting and shaping this magic. But we had never thought that it could be exploited. Do the Tuatha revere nothing?
Ooh, I didn't remember that the sun got XP as well. It does change things a little bit, doesn't it?
Among our kind he was, and he remains singular. None could do now what he did. To naturally find the sorrows in others and delve into their being. And though he formed the House of Sorrows, though he saw the birth of the Court of Winter, he did not remain. By choice or fate, he went to Ashara, never to return. I think this war has exhausted all other Winter Fae who knew the Weeping King as he walked. But though Alarine and I remain, I can scarce recall him.
Oh, so you're thinking it's going to be a passing of the torch? I could kind of see that.
Very well.
It would be an interesting way to continue the series forward instead of just keeping it stuck with Kratos all the time, because Kratos has done so much. I think it might be time to start thinking about maybe retiring him. I mean, nobody wants to see a protagonist get retired after they've done so much, but you know, after they've told so much of their story, at some point, you know, they got to move on. You got to let somebody else have the adventures. Alright, so I got to go back to the scale room. Looks like I can just leave him here. Got to take the long way around, of course. That message, though, right there, this door is open through unusual means, has never been more accurate. Alright, to the other side of the scale. Bring him on. Step on the scale and accept your death. Oh, they bleed when they step on the scale. That's kind of scary. That's very scary. There we go. There we go. All right. The theory is further pushed by the rumor that the kid is actually the son of Kratos and Athena, so he's got god blood in him as well. Interesting. That could push the series in some different directions, too. I'll give you some different options to play with. I could see that, yeah. I will eagerly look forward to that.
How curious. You are mortal, but your steps resound with a burden greater than any one mortal might ever hope to bear. More curious still is your presence here. The great scale is not idly moved, nor is my reverie broken without cause. What is your purpose?
Need them sorrows.
I have felt the shifting of the scale. I know that Kael'rod has now ended his contemplations to serve the King of Sorrows. It is no small thing that he asks. For the knowledge that was given to us by the Weeping King was never to propagate nor to be exploited. But I know of the times that are upon us. Come, let us join with Caelrod. If Bizerain and you are to find the Sorrows, then it is more than my knowledge you will need. Where we must meet, come, and the eldest will be reunited before you.
Exciting stuff.
Goodbye.
We cannot move forward without Alarine's presence, mortal. Very well.
She's coming. Slowly.
Caelrod! Alarine! I am gladdened that Caelrod and I are united once again. But if Bizerain truly seeks the Sorrows, then he will need more than the knowledge of the eldest. There is a key of sorts to the Sorrows. It lies in the Hollow of Sincere, the Hollow of the Weeping King. We must recover it.
Yeah, I guess adding RPG stats like that does push it a little more in the direction of Kingdoms of Amalur, doesn't it? That's pretty funny, thinking about that.
Yes, a mortal is not suited to this task, perhaps. But I do not believe we have time to find another to do this for us. We have not asked you to reunite us without cause. Our efforts must be divided. Bizerain must be instructed, and the key must be found. One of us will accompany you to Sincere, and the other will go to the house. We leave the choice to you, mortal.
Does it matter?
Caelrod and I have different skills, but both of us are capable of guiding you through Sincere. I do not deny there will be hardships we must combat. For that, I rely on my Fey Blades, while Caelrod uses his magics. Which is of more use is up to you.
I'll bring Caelrod. Magicians always complement my melee style a little better.
Very well. Then I will go to the house and instruct Bizerain on how to reach the Sorrows. Farewell, mortal. I shall see you once you recover the key from Sincere. Goodbye.
And so it falls to us to claim the key from Sincere. It will not be easy going, but I will lend my magic to your skill. We must move quickly if we are to beat the Tuatha to the Sorrows. I will wait for you in Sincere. Please, make haste. Very well.
Alright, excellent. So, let's get out of here. Getting to the end of the game, you can tell, because now we're having to draw together the big, dangerous endgame weapons. Was this the way I want to take, or did I want to go a bit farther? Yeah, I want to go farther than this. The Sorrows, that's kind of a wicked sounding. Well, I guess it's not intended to be a weapon, per se. Do I have a PS4? I do not yet. Right now I've got a PS3. I do plan to get a PS4 at some point, because there's already some games on there that I want to play. But I'm not sure when exactly. I am a person that likes to buy the last generation system once the new generation comes out, and it's nice and cheap. So I got my PS3 once the PS4 had come out, and I got it on a huge discount. Yeah, no God of War for me. That's definitely a thing in my mind, because all the games they announced at the PlayStation conference were for PS4 exclusively, and all of them looked friggin' spectacular. So we'll see what happens when they come out. We'll see if I have to break down and upgrade that. I mean, one big thing is, ever since I started streaming, pretty much all of my gaming has been done on stream. So if I get a PS4, it might be because I get a capture card as well. And I can play my PS4 games on stream with all of you guys. That'd be all kinds of fun. But of course, PS4 is an expense, and a capture card is another expense. So we'll see how that shakes out. It might not be an immediate thing. We'll have to see. Still, once again, that's someday. When I originally made a list of games I wanted to play on stream, several of them were PS2 games, actually, because I'm a big retro gamer. As retro as PS2 PS2 is, I suppose. But yeah, that's something I'd like to play as well. Did you see the zombie game they showed? Oh, was that the one with the guy that ended? Yeah, the demo ended with a guy running up on the roof with like a chain gun and just holding off giant waves of zombies. That was insane. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I'm very interested to see where they're going with that. That could be very interesting. Waiting's not a bad thing now with the PS Pro. Yeah, the PS4 price, the original PS4 price might come down a little bit once the Pro comes out. We'll have to see. And that would be good. If the PS4 price came down a bit in light of the PS Pro, that might be what pushes me over the edge towards getting it. But then again, it's possible that they'll just maybe discontinue the PS4 once the Pro comes out, in which case I wouldn't really have anything much to do. I'm still, it's about time to end the stream, but I'm going to go a little bit farther. I'm still feeling pretty good. So let's go over and clear out that castle for the Bard. And take out another because I need to collect their eyes anyway. Ooh. Keep forgetting my shield doesn't work against it. You. Price already dropped in Germany to 250 euro. That's not too bad. I mean, the big problem for me is even though that's affordable for a system, the system's worthless. System's worthless unless I go pick up a whole bunch of games. And once you start down that road, then the price starts coming up a little bit. And so I want to wait until it's cheap enough that I can go to the store and just buy a big old fistful of games as well. And that's a little tricky. I'm sure it'll get there in time. Just a matter of when. But no, I can tell you I'm probably never going to get an Xbox One. And I'm probably never going to buy another Nintendo system for as long as I live. But PS4 is just a matter of time. I've been a Sony guy ever since the PS2 era, as a matter of fact. The only systems I've gotten since the PS2 era have been Sony systems. Because for my money, their third-party support has been the best of all the systems. You're certainly free to disagree, but that's what I see. Oh, that is a good offer, especially if they were decent games. So where is... Alright, so he's coming. He'll get here eventually. Sadly, I already had your PS4. Didn't get to spend all that money? That must have been heartbreaking for you. Oh, he's coming down the road with a whole bunch of monsters on it. Is he going to be okay? Oh, the monsters are charging the place, of course. Nice. Here? Oh, here he is. Took him long enough.
Hello. You have done it. You have rid the gates of the Bolgan. As promised, I have another tale to be told.
Tell me about Gastir.
The very first Eren Gastir arrived here generations ago from Melsenshir, before the final tower was raised, when the great giants of Cluracan were but saplings. On that very first morning of his arrival, while the sun ascended the sky, Gastir scaled the heights and saw below him the great keep of the merchant Ancilla. Gastir could not bear such an intrusion on his new ancestral homeland and swore an oath. By right of mine and sword in hand, I will not forsake our native land. Now that you've seen Castle Gastir, we should move on to the final stop on our journey.
Where's the final stop?
The last thing I want to show you is near the coast, on the cliffs overlooking the sea. It's the best story yet, but again, it must be freed of Bolgan.
Well, coincidentally, I'm on my way to go kill some more Bogan. No idea if I'm the only one that looks like stuff like this, but when I look at Amalur when using two-handed weapons, it really looks like they're heavy. Yeah, no, it is nice when you get a moment like that to contrast against something like, you know, the classic example being the Final Fantasy games, where you've got like 8-foot-long swords and they're waving them around like they weigh nothing, like they're made out of cloth or something. See, when you contrast that, when you get a two-handed weapon that looks like it feels really heavy, then what that means is when you hit the enemy with it, it feels like you're hitting them with something really heavy, and that can be really satisfying. And in this game, I think, yeah, it is very satisfying. So yeah, I completely get what you're saying there. I agree with you. I mean, it can be fun for a little while to have games that have those fantasy weapons that just, they wave all over the place, but it just doesn't feel like it means anything when it hits them. Even if you're doing numerical damage, there's no satisfaction from it. Nice. Should take that green sword? Why is that? I've been carrying greens with me for a while. There we go. Give me your eyes. Give me your eyes. Delicious Bolgan eyes. That sword's got, it might have a good damage modifier on it. Let me take a look. And let's see. Oh, it's a long sword, not a... Nah, just a freezy sword. But I will keep it and deconstruct it next time we get a chance.
Hello. There. You've cleansed this place of the Bolgan. I shall tell you the last tale, the best of the lot. Believe me, these cliffs were made for my story.
You misread? Oh, no worries. What happened on these cliffs?
I've told the tale of the first Erengustir, he who discovered these lands. And I've told the tale of his descendant, the last Erengustir, he who lost these lands. My final tale is that this last lord took a young mistress to his bed, a servant named Wilda Brandon. They had a child he refused to claim as his own. To assuage his guilt, he wrote a royal letter in which he decreed to her and the child great wealth. But rather than take that letter, she took her own life. Yeah, that woman was my mother. Hear me, friend. I do not have much, but I will offer you all that I have to find me that letter. The letter that broke my mother's heart.
Cripes. What'll you do with it?
I will read it, and I will finally know if what my mother told me was true. Then I will destroy it. I want nothing to do with Augustius. My mother never wanted his kingdom. She only wanted his love. That letter has haunted me for 10 years. I will now be rid of it. Of him.
Yeah, I'll help you out.
Friends. Yes. I suppose we are friends. I'm not sure where to look for Father's letter. Father. Strange to call him that. I would think he'd keep it near, lest such revelations be discovered. The castle. That would make some sense, wouldn't it? I'll be back at camp. Be careful. I would feel terrible if anything happened to you. I remember my father having a chest near his throne. I always assumed it was where he kept his mother's personal possessions.
Alright, that is a scary letter that she takes one read of it and then kills herself. I will go fetch it for him.
The hunter runs. The hunter runs. Swiftly, swiftly for our lives. A mortal skirt of chain. A mesh of links forged in secret. The hunter runs in the chausses of the Fey Hunter.
Alright. So I believe he just wants me to go back into the castle right here, so I'll walk right over and take care of that next. Yeah, just this castle right here. I was just wondering, I'm like, huh, I never got a quest to go in this castle. Well, here we go. let us see what is inside Castle Gastier. Ooh, wow. That is a cool tile set with it looking all ruined and stuff. I like it. When I said tile set, but the proper word is skybox, I believe, for what I'm looking at. Either way, very cool looking. Is that a quest giver inside the castle? Hello?
After all this time, I just assumed Enodon had abandoned me, that there was no justice left in this world. But here before me stands the hero of Melson Shear, in the skin, fresh from the Baelor's bloodying, and it appears my prayers have been answered. Tell me, how much goodwill do you have left, Honored One?
What do you need?
A Tuatha priest named Rassanon has captured this keep. I am sworn to destroy him, for it was he who deposed House Gastier and stole their ancestral home. For 10 long years he has lived as a lord, hiding high in the royal quarters where none can reach him. At least, not without help. You see, I am Hilared Gastier, descendant of Lord Aaron Gastier and last of my family line. This castle and all within it belong to me.
If you heard something weird in the background during that conversation, that was definitely some Canadian geese wandering past the window. The glories of live recording.
My great-great-grandfather built this keep. You can still find the one stone resting where he laid it in the courtyard. We spent 4 generations in these hallowed halls. Then the Bolgan came, followed by their Tuatha masters. They killed everyone, Fae and Alfar alike. Rassanon was the worst of them. He murdered my mother and now sleeps in my family's chambers. With your help, Honored One, my family will find restitution.
Ooh, Total War Warhammer. I had a couple friends that played that and really enjoyed it, although I know there were some complaints about the DLC being a little money hungry. So, yeah, Game of the Year edition would be the one to buy there, I suppose.
You will be rewarded, my friend. We Gastiers have long memories of both our friends and our enemies. Come. Rassanon knows I cannot pass through his gauntlet alone, but together we can avenge Castle Gastier.
What about the Bard?
Yes, I remember Brune. He was kind, silly. There weren't many like him in the court. When everyone else was so grim, Brune and his heart never ceased singing. I wonder how he fares now.
It's weird too, because it seems like a thing with Warhammer publishers too, because, or I should say Games Workshop publishers, because Blood Bowl, which is made by the same company, Blood Bowl 2 is a huge, huge cash grab along the same lines.
I grew up behind the walls of this stronghold. All my memories are of its beauty, its security. It was an ideal childhood. Those days have long since passed. When the Tuatha marched, it was Rassanon who killed my family and claimed Castle Gastier as his own. And though he may hold the castle, he will never hold its name. I have devoted my entire life to reclaiming this castle, enlisting in the army, fighting under General Tilera, and then breaking free of Melson Shear. This is my destiny.
Well, certainly going out about it in a badass way, I'll give her that.
Were you not told the stories as a child of Rassanon the Ravager? Rassanon the Red-Eyed? He was one of the first to give himself to Gadflow. It is my life's work to make him answer for his crimes. Old as I am, he is older. And I don't want him to die without knowing the rage of his killer. It has stood here on the Kaled coast for centuries, a testament to the will of my ancestors. Rassanon made it a grave. Now I will make it his.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never played one of the Total War games before, but adding in Warhammer is definitely that hook that's gonna get me into the series, so if I like that, I may have to check out some of the other ones.
The castle has been completely ransacked by the Bolgan, and debris blocks the gate into the castle. We have to go around through the dungeons. Then I will have my revenge. Believe me, it has been far too long in coming.
All right.
Hurry.
I'll follow her then. Looks like I might have to make 2 separate trips in here to finish both quests. But that's fine. I might be jinxing myself, but I don't think the area will be too big in that sense. Nice crit. Nice. Alright, that was a good fight. Let me grab the treasure in here while she runs off. Hopefully she'll stop before she gets too far. To Lord Gastier. Thank you for your concern regarding my family, but I strongly suggest you save it for your own, lest your wife gives birth to another man's child again. The first 3 times were scandalous enough for it to border on triteness. As for what you say happened 2 days ago, I have no idea what you're referring to. I had business in Rithir at the time. Lady Ancilla. Whew. Savage. Total War is probably the series that really deserves the term strategy. I think I grabbed this great sword there. Now, I don't play a lot of strategy games because, again, it's not something I'm great at, but it's been so long since I've played a strategy game, I think it's about time I gave another one a shot. You know what I mean? When you got a genre that you don't really hate, it's just that you haven't had a lot of experience with in a while. I'm looking to return to it, and that seems like a good way. Although I've got some oldies in my list of games to play for this stream. I've got Supreme Commander in my list. This probably not going to be played on stream anytime soon, but it's in there. Almost got all the Bulganize I need, that's awesome. It's a good dungeon for finishing off that quest. Alright, where is she headed next? Another room full of big beds. Not big bad in the bulky sense, big bad in the they are bad and they are large sense. There's the old dodge roll back again. I know I'd remember it eventually. But that's just until I get this recovered. And then I don't care anymore. Just laying it on thick. There we go. Nice. Oh, hello. Prismere trouble. Let's give him the works. Completely forgotten how to dodge trolls since I've been so used to having knockback immunity. These guys have so much health. Oops. I completely got out of position there. Ooh, and a follow-up. Wicked. Ah. These guys are really tough. I can't even imagine fighting these guys hard. It's terrifying. Almost got him though. Just gotta keep up the pressure. Nice. There we go. Yeah, the Blood Patches paid DLC. I heard about that. That's disgusting right there. I mean, I suppose I could be charitable and say, hey, I did say before when I was talking about League of Legends that cosmetic DLC is alright. But that strikes me as a feature that was removed from the game in the name of being paid DLC. Just like it was in the base game and then they just pulled it right out. That I can't abide by. Yeah, that Prismere troll was the real deal. Seriously, tons of health, tons and tons of health. Ah, inventory full. Alright, what do I... Oh, I know what I can get rid of. Let me go in here and... Oh, it's not in here. It's in consumables. And then I'll go to the minor healing potion, add to junk. The minor mana potion, add to junk. And, ooh, can I just... This is a consumable, isn't it? Yeah, let's use it. Huh, I didn't even notice what those were. And then go to junk, destroy all, and you get a tiny bit of gold back from it. That's fine. Even mages have to fire their whole arsenal into them. Whew. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Alright, so it looks like I'm in for another store trip after this run.
Stick together.
Just check this chest over here, and then it'll be good to move forward. Ah, I just picked up that miner after I already junked one. Dang it. Gotta keep an eye on that. Gotta get my 12 gold in there. You know it. Alright, forward we go. This is actually a pretty big dungeon. A lot bigger than I was expecting.
This is harder than I thought.
Yeah, you're telling me. Prismeer trolls. And plenty more Bolgan, of course. Camera, help me out here. Take out the Vargas to get my combo up. And then I'll finish off that last Bolgan. Nice. Whew. And together the eyes. Alright, so now I've got enough to summon Chernobog. So I'll have to do that once I get out of here. Just fighting a big badass Bolgan actually does sound a lot of fun. Getting to the point where the fights are actually getting really challenging again. Even my, what I thought was knockback immunity isn't total knockback immunity, so... really having to put myself out there. It's enjoyable, I like it. Bit of a challenge is pretty exciting, so it's enjoyable. Man, this area is huge. I really had no idea it was going to be this big. How much more do I have? Alright, looks like I might be getting back to the beginning though, so we'll keep working our way through here. I'm following her. I trust she knows where she's going. Alright, so he's in here. Somewhere.
Let's go.
Behind the bar guests, I assume. I don't imagine he's one of the bar guests. That's just a Bolgan thug. Just a Bolgan thug, I say. Well, with both of us together, we keep this unlocked very well, so it's not all that difficult. There we go.
Come. Who knows what Rassinon has waiting for us in his lair?
True. That is a good question. Check this chest in here first. War boxes! My favorite. Greaves of Bolgan's Bane. Interesting. Haven't heard anything like that before. And they're uninteresting. Yeah, it's a shame. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to junk those right now. Just because I'm already at max inventory again. I gotta get rid of those stupid Burroughs boots. Alright, do I have any... Or no, there are some... No such thing as yellow weapons, I don't think. Alright, destroy that. Get a decent amount of gold back for it. And now I've got open inventory slots in case there is anything interesting coming up. Oh my gosh, I've still got to go all the way around to get to him. This place is enormous. Really wasn't expecting this dungeon to be anything more than a short little cave crawl. Calling me surprised and impressed. And impressed. I mean, it's so big I've got 2 quests to do in here. More or less unrelated as far as I can tell. That's actually impressive. Well, yeah, it's a castle, but video game castles are sometimes not anything to shake a stick at. I mean, especially in RPGs. Like, you think back to the like old Super Nintendo era RPGs, if you're still playing that far ago, and castles were sometimes just one room. Just one big room with a king in it and a whole bunch of people standing around him. Nothing impressive at all. So sometimes I think of that when I think of castles. But this is a castle. True, not screwing around at all castle. I'm impressed. It must have been a hell of a castle. You just start imagining what the castle must have looked like in its heyday that she was describing. That's impressive. Man, that damage reflection does tons of damage to him. And he's down. Yes! Those castles were pretty impressive. Though I'll tell you once, I tried to recreate one of those castles in Minecraft once. Back when Minecraft was a thing. For everybody, I should say. Back when I was playing Minecraft. Before it was huge. Oh, now I sound like a hipster. Back when I played Minecraft, I tried to recreate one of those castles in there. And I found out, unfortunately, with the way 2D art works, if you squint at it real close, the architecture doesn't make a lot of sense. Which is kind of sad. As the almost as incompetent son, I will make sure my first order of business will be to repay you in kind for what you did to my mother. I hope one of your many bastard children can retain the tenuous grasp of control you have on the land. It would be so boring otherwise, Lord Ancilla. Yeah, I feel like everybody had to have either gone through a Minecraft phase or is still in the Minecraft phase. It really is that big of a game. I was playing Minecraft for a couple of years. I ran my own private server, hosted out of my apartment. Made some nice stuff. Friends made some nice stuff. It was cool times. Wonder if I could actually pull up that server sometime on the stream and show off some of the things that got rid of it. That could be interesting. You stopped when one of the creepers blew up your home. Fair. Yeah, creepers blowing stuff up, that is enough to drive you insane, especially if it's something that you really worked on for a long time and really had looking perfect. Infuriating stuff right there. Alright, here we go. The big battle. Let's see if we can't take out these Lee and She first. Probably be a little easier. There we go, got my salt on. I got her into a corner too, that's nice. Especially with how much Lee and She like not being in close combat. Finish off this one. Come on. There we go. And now for the man himself. Sweet.
He didn't even seem to remember me. I've given my life to finding and killing Rassilon, and he probably didn't even understand why. But now the quest is ended, here, at home. I want you to have everything of mine as a reward. and to help me forget the many years of tragedy that led me to this end. Now go. I need rest. I deserve rest.
I do know the Dragon Quest franchise, though I can't say that I've actually played much of it, which is kind of strange. Though the new game, Dragon Quest Builders, looks fantastic. Alright, what is the item she dropped? Ooh, purple quality sword. I can make some room for that. Sorrow's Talisman? Sure, let's add that to junk. You a fan of the Dragon Quest games then? Oh, 20,000. Oh, the Dragon Quest Builders game I was talking about? Yeah. No, I've seen it. It looks interesting. Alright, so where do I want to put a point now? I think just picking up that point in dispelling might be worth it. Unless I want to work my way towards the last point of alchemy, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time for it before the end of the game. So yeah, let me put that point in dispelling. And then here, I'll pump it into Adrenaline Surge, and then one in Power Strike. Almost have all the might points here. That's amazing. And still stay on Tier 6 Warlord. Sweet. Racinon doesn't have anything great on him. Check all the chests in the room, though, if you please. And here's the letter as well. Let me see this letter that was so terrible. What was it? Oh, of course. Which one was it? Oh, here you go. Letter from Lord Aaron Gastier. My dearest Wilda, please forgive me for what I have done. If only you knew how much this revelation haunts me, how my evenings are lit by the somber light of my shame. You deserve better, but I am a man of office, and I cannot recognize your little Brun as one of my kin. It is not to be as we are not to be, but you do forever occupy a place in my heart, and to show you my affection, please accept the gift of land, gold, and title. They are little comfort in this lonely time, but they are all a coward can provide. Forever your Lord Aaron. Yeah, that is pretty cowardly. Very cowardly. Oh shoot, 22% mana cost reduce. Didn't even think about that. Was just trying to finish this stupid tree out. Well, I'm still have some points before the game's over, so I'll maybe start putting them in there. Alright, where is the quickest way to get out? Oh man, there is no quick way to get out, is there? Nope. I got a long walk ahead of me. So let's get started on that. Yeah, I think I'd gotten such good benefits from going hard on the warrior tree that I was just trying to focus on dumping as many points as I could in there. But that sort of last standish ability I've got right now from the tree that triggers when I've got low health isn't really such a big deal because it's been so long before I've gotten to low health at this point. It's the power of my build, I suppose. Yeah, I saw the jump point, so I'll go use that, but still, this is a dungeon that makes you really take the long way. Is this the jump point? Up here? Over here? Somewhere? Maybe? Is this the path I want to take? No, it really isn't. Let me see. Gotta be some way to jump over there. Right? Maybe? Oh, yep. There we go. That'll save me some time. Solo Barghest. Bad choices, Barghest. Bad choices. Right, left, it's all in your head, man. It's all a social construct. Can't get hung up on that stuff, man. Man, now I'm just, I'm so tired, I'm running out of jokes and I'm resorting to hippie voice. That's how you know you've been streaming too long, am I right? So, on that note, I think it's time to wrap up the stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for stopping by. This has been a blast. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for all the chat. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have too. So, next stream will be tomorrow at the same time. We'll be playing more Kingdoms of Amalur as we rock right into the end game. If you want to see when I go live, make sure to follow me here on Twitch or follow me on Twitter. Link is below in chat or in the profile. I'll be posting there when I go live as well. If you want to see this episode later on, or you want to see any of the previous playthroughs I've done, check out my YouTube. Link is below as well. If you ever feel like supporting me on here, you don't have to, but my tip links are below. Feel free. Also, I'm a Green Man Gaming affiliate. Got my link below. Make sure to check that out. I get a small bit of commission on every sale that you make down there, and if nothing else, they've got Dishonored 2 for much cheaper than it is on Steam right now, and that's going to be a good game right there. So having said all that, thank you again to everybody. Have a good night, good morning, and good afternoon wherever you are, and I'll see you folks around. Take care of yourselves.